So excited to be presenting 3 days of really incredible content with you. So if you've made it to the third day, you know that days 1 and 2 were incredible, and we are so excited to wrap up with a fantastic lineup today. So before I begin, I would like to provide an overview of today's event and familiarize you with the Cisco WebEx platform. We highly recommend that you view this live cast via the Google Chrome extension instead of on your browser. The extension only takes 1 or 2 minutes to download, and it will provide the best audio and video quality. We also really highly encourage you to engage with today's speakers by asking questions. So please use the Q&A function on the right-hand panel to submit your questions throughout today's live cast. And if that Q&A function does not automatically appear, you can open this function by clicking on the button with the 3 small dots on the bottom of your screen. It's also not too late to invite a colleague to today's BI live cast. So if you know somebody who might be interested in this topic, which I think every marketer should be, feel free to forward them the same URL that you used to log in. And for anybody who might not be available during this live cast, and colleagues you might have who aren't available, they can always watch today's series on demand on our website, and we will send a follow-up email with that information after we conclude today's programming. And for anyone who is looking for a dial-in number, this BI Live can be dialed into. Please open the same widget as the Q&A, choose audio connection. And we also recommend closing out all of the browsers on your computer for the best possible connection. And finally, the best viewing experience is if you change your WebEx viewing to grid view. You can find this option in the top right corner of your screen. Also, be sure to engage with us on Twitter and LinkedIn using the hashtag BILivecast. And of course, thank you to Cisco WebEx for being the official technology partner of Brand Innovators virtual events and facilitating a really great virtual event experience for all of us. All right, without further ado, we are going to be hearing from really great marketing leaders today from Cadillac, McCormick, Unilever, and PepsiCo, and we really, again, highly encourage you to engage with these speakers and ask questions during the session. So I am really excited to be introducing our host for today's live cast, Denya Chin Kui, who is Director of Research at Viacom CBS. Hi, Denya.
Hi, Annie. Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. I am thrilled to be here today as we explore the state of the industry through the lens of diversity, inclusion, and multicultural marketing. To quote Andreas Tapia, diversity is the mix, inclusion is making the mix work. And I believe 2020 is a testament to how we each play a crucial role in making the mix work. So as our opening presentation explores the 2020 effect, I would like to introduce Lydia Daly, Senior Vice President of Velocity Creative Strategy and Cultural Intelligence at Viacom CBS. Please join me in welcoming Lydia Daly to the virtual stage.
Hi, Daniel. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd also like to invite Michelle Green and Ria from my team who are going to be joining me. We're very excited to be here on the third and final day. This is also going to be the third installment of our 2020 Effect series that we're sharing with you this week. Michelle, if you could start sharing your screen, we can get straight into some of our slides. Just to give some of you an overview if you weren't here on the other days, we are from Viacom CBS Velocity. And just so you're aware, Velocity is an in-house branded content agency that sits within ad sales as part of Viacom CBS. Ourselves, we are from the Creative Strategy and Cultural Intelligence team. As mentioned, Michelle, you can click straight into today's presenters. Thank you. So as mentioned, today we're going to be hearing from Ria and Michelle on the team, 2 fantastic team members who have a very exciting presentation for you. But just a quick overview on what the team does. So creative strategy, when we talk about creative strategy, we're talking about enhancing the cultural relevance of our work by grounding it in consumer research, cultural relevance, and audience expertise. And then when we're talking about cultural intelligence, it's all about inspiring our partners with thought leadership, trend casting, and interactive workshops and presentations such as this one. As I said on the other days, if you were here, the filter through which we look at cultural intelligence is always looking at the overlap between what is mattering in culture, what is happening in culture on any given day, and then what is mattering in marketing, or what should matter to marketers. The overlap is getting bigger. Audiences are demanding that we pay attention to that overlap, and that marketers are reacting and responding to what's happening in culture. In terms of how we decode culture, we are doing all the things that you would expect. So we're doing qualitative and quantitative. We're also looking at things like semiotics and culture tracking. We're also doing things like trend casting. So we've created our own trend toolkit, a workshop that we deliver, and a way of tracking and monitoring trends. And then lastly, we do what we call social intelligence. So we leverage a lot of different social intelligence tools in order to kind of mine and explore what people are talking about on social media, and then also to try and like prove out our hypotheses that we might have. Michelle, I'm not seeing your slides. I'm not sure if you're still sharing them, but they're not.
You guys, 1 second. I'm just having a little bit of issues. I will share it now. Sorry about that.
No problem. Well, I can keep going because it's in my mind because we're on day 3. So just getting into some of the detail, we're here to share with you the revolution will go viral. So definitely a very important day to be here on the Diversity and Inclusion Day. We're going to be looking at the Black Lives Matter movement. But I want to just first say what the 2020 effect is. This is a mini study series that we created at the onset of the pandemic in March. We wanted to make sure we were tracking all of the emerging behaviors, signals, and trends that we were seeing pretty much on a daily basis. And I think if you look back to when you went into lockdown, whenever that may be, around mid-March for most of us, you will know that within days, it was obvious that this was going to impact every facet of our lives. So whether it was teens or Gen Z, whether it was relationships and the talk of COVID divorces and Corona babies, whether it was about mental health, the grocery industry, retail, travel, the slide that we created for this go on because so many aspects of our lives were impacted. And something else that was impacted really was our work. So as marketers and working within a branded content agency, the cycle of RFPs that were coming into the business were paused. Work that we were in production on was paused. Work that was about to go live was paused, as I'm sure it was for a lot of you. And that's because nobody knew what to do. What's going to happen next? How are people going to respond to this? And so that was difficult to get through. And so as a team, when we're focusing on understanding cultural intelligence, we really wanted to help study this. And so we created this mini study series. There are 14 issues to date. We will be more than happy to share all of them with anybody that is interested. We're doing highlights this week. And as I mentioned, today's focus is on our Black Lives Matter edition, which is called The Revolution Will Go Viral. I'm going to hand you over to Michelle, which is perfect timing because the slides are now working. So it's going to be seamless from here on in. At least there are no flies in our hair, guys. That's the main way here. All right, Michelle, go for it.
Thank you, Lydia. Sorry, I think the fly from last night came into my atmosphere. But yeah, so now that we're back on track, I wanted to say that we couldn't possibly go through the 2020 effect and not talk about one of the biggest and important conversations today, racial injustice. But this isn't the first time that our team has touched on such a massive shift in culture, particularly focusing on young people and how they are taking power into their own hands, which has laid the framework for the study that I'm about to walk you through, Power in Progress. So we started studying this back in 2018 to really help brands understand rapidly shifting power dynamics and new and innovative ways that young people are activating the power. Over the past year and a half, we noticed something different about this moment in youth culture. A new energy was really brewing globally. From the Parkland teens like Emma Gonzalez to Greta Thunberg and to Marley Diaz, who, if you're not familiar with her, launched a campaign called #1000 Black Girl Books, collecting and donating work that features main characters that really look like her. This was really our starting point, watching Gen Z across the world demanding attention toward different structural and cultural justice from adults around the world. Today, however, we are really faced with a great American reckoning. In addition to COVID-19, the Black Lives Matter movement has urgently shown how our power structures have really inhibited Black people from securing the most basic right to life. In 2020, Gen Z has quickly shifted from hibernating with COVID anxiety to really mobilizing in defense of Black life, using social media to teach Americans how to leverage personal, cultural, and structural power in the pursuit of justice. So using the framework that we develop in our Power and Progress study, we can really start to see and understand some of the seismic shifts taking place at all levels of the American culture since the tragic murder of George Floyd.
All right, thanks, Michelle, and thanks, Lydia. When we embarked on this study, we were looking to understand the basics, the who, what, when, where, why of Gen Z's relationship to power. And after speaking to young people around the country, following digital signals, and witnessing IRL actions, we wanted to answer the following 3 questions. Why is power changing? What are the unique needs and desires of this generation? How is power changing? What are the levers or tools being used to shift power? And where might power be headed? As Gen Z ages and comes into the workforce, greater buying power, and global leadership positions, what do these shifts in power spell for the future? So here are some key stats that speak to our questions today. 76% of Gen Z identify as activists, according to a study done by Vice. And this means that pushing for change is really key to their identities, which we'll discuss more in a minute. 90% of Gen Z support the Black Lives Matter movement, which is a movement that looms large in digital space through hashtag activism and viral videos. And it also signals a pretty big ideological shift at the level of mass culture. Finally, 57% believe that power should belong to everyone. This means they want a fundamental redistribution of power out of the hands of the few, requiring significant structural change. We divided our study into 3 sections to answer our 3 questions. First, we look at embedded power or personal power, the sense that individuals have power to shape the world around them. Second, we look at fluid power or cultural power, power that is networked, transcends individual thoughts to create larger discourse, and gets amplified by the crowd. And finally, we look at how power is recalibrating, how it's actively changing into a new, more dispersed form. Well, what does this all mean for brands? Well, from our research, we learned that Gen Z doesn't care about your purpose. They want you to use your power for good, and most importantly, they want you to share your power with young people. Now in 2020, as calls for structural change and activism say statements of solidarity are not enough, Gen Z is really creating urgency around the need for specific enumerated anti-racist actions. Now, brands have always had some role to play in social issues, but stepping into the territory of addressing systemic racism is no easy feat, and it usually begins by looking internally and understanding how your brand can uniquely address something that has life or death stakes. So throughout this presentation, we're going to walk through 9 brand personas that can help brands figure out the roles they can play as they shift their power dynamics in service of a future that their young consumers desperately want. So now I'm going to hand it over to Michelle to talk us through how embedded power is at play today.
Thanks so much, Ria. So when we take a look at the first section, power is embedded, this is the most foundational level of power that really starts internally with personal sense of identity. With young people being armed with smartphones and social media accounts, they are seeking out information that they don't have, sharing information that they do have, and they are organizing protests in their own communities. We've seen examples of young people putting their lives on the line and standing in front of protests, where according to Business Insider, 62% of Gen Z said that they are willing to get arrested during a protest to support equality for Black people. And this makes sense, because activism generated by the movement of Black lives is occurring in the midst of everything that's going on in the world. Young people have been exposed to a lot of protests and racist policing during their early years. Gen Z is really embedded with understanding that they have the power to make individual change, even when the roots of injustice run deep. For example, capturing the real-time instances of police violence like Darnella Frazier, who captured the murder of George Floyd that ultimately sparked protests around the world. Darnella, who was a 17-year-old Black woman, understood that being Black in America meant that certain privileges were not granted to her or George Floyd. resulting in her obligation to record this injustice that ultimately turned fatal. So as you can see, this generation is a little bit different. They did not grow up on the I Love You Barney that I'm used to. They're growing up with YouTube stars as their celebrities, Hunger Games as movies, and the Black Lives Matter movement. Young people have new role models for what power can look like and who can harness it. Like this tweet that you see here that I love that perfectly sums up Gen Z, reminding the world that their generation was raised on films that censors teen power, so they are primed for revolution. And so what does this mean for brands, now knowing that young people are accessing their personal power? We already know it's important that they don't just enter the conversation, but that they take action and think about their responsibility. We've identified 3 brands through the acknowledgement that power is embedded. Can you be a collaborator brand where you harness the power of consumers that already exist and give them the equity and decision-making related to brand initiatives, like how Doritos and BET collaborated for the Do You Hear Us Now campaign? Can you be a builder brand where you create opportunities for individuals by providing skills and resources that grow one's agency and responsibility? Or a spotlighter brand that activates and propels underrepresented and emerging voices by showcasing, supporting, and encouraging individuals who historically haven't had access to power. A great example of this is Uber Eats, who decided that the rest of the year they would spotlight Black-owned businesses and offer free delivery service to Black-owned restaurants, making it easier for consumers to support them.
All right, now let's get into fluid power. So Gen Z has commandeered the cultural conversation around systemic racism, building on their highly cultivated digital storytelling abilities to make meaning out of circulated signs and symbols. From TikTok to Instagram, we're seeing this memification of protest, activism heightened to new levels of protest-ertainment. But unlike the dance challenges that occupy our attention for 2 weeks at a time, this movement is not a trend. So by harnessing the power to influence the media and dictate the cultural conversation, utilizing pragmatic tools sometimes to hack algorithms, Gen Z has taken a cultural moment and pushed it into the realm of social change by extending the attention span of a nation that's living through screens. Now, in the first couple of weeks of Black Lives Matter protests, there were 206 tweets per second about Black Lives Matter related topics. And this year, there have been 66 million uses of the hashtag on Twitter alone. So Gen Z are bursting echo chambers by using conservative hashtags to flood the feeds of people outside of their social bubbles. We see this with K-pop fans taking over the Blue Lives Matter hashtag, or gay men using the Proud Boys hashtag on Twitter to post photos of gay couples kissing. And of course, TikTokers reserving seats for Trump's controversial Tulsa rally and making surreal excuses for why they can't attend. And the IRL consequences being that the rally, thought to be sold out, was fairly low in attendance. They're also exposing problematic, predominantly white institutions like schools and workplaces, using the language of cancel culture to demand that these institutions do better. Now, brands that want to tap into the fluid nature of the crowd got to play by the crowd's rules, and they have to offer something of value to the collective power exchange. We can see that in these 3 brand roles. First, connector brands, which bring people who share the same cause or values together by magnifying their shared power. We see this with amplifier brands that boost important causes and values by using the brand's platform to support social issues and movements that resonate with consumers over time and not just for timely activations, holidays. For example, the NBA players only ended their strike, which was initiated by the Bucks in protest of the police shooting of Jacob Blake in their home state of Wisconsin. They ended their strike only after negotiating with the league to, 1, create new ad spots that promote civic engagement with a focus on voting, and 2, securing their hometown stadiums as polling places for the November election. Finally, educator brands embrace a culture of teaching and learning by providing space, media, or company initiatives to drive a culture of conversation and exchange. Ben & Jerry's did this, turning from promoting their ice creams to providing resources about abolition and dismantling white supremacy.
So as we go into our last section, which is power is recalibrating, this is where young people are looking for a fundamental redistribution of power. Young people, whether it's through cancel culture, TikTok videos, or protests, are creating some form of systemic change that they are looking for brands to do the same. Brands are now a part of the everyday cultural conversation and therefore are expected to play a role in social issues. Our research proved that where an overwhelming majority agreed. And in culture, we have seen this recalibration happen a lot. Between boycotts and open letters and demands for arrests and resignations, activists are using their collective power to hold brands, organizations, and individuals to the values that they claim to embrace. Young people are calling for the end of white supremacist institutions, from the toppling of monuments to the renaming of streets. Symbols of past power are being replaced with calls of equitable power. And we also seen call-outs across all brands. The 15% pledge, which was founded by Aurora James, calls on major retailers like Sephora, Yelp, and Target, just to name a few, to pledge 15% of their shelf space to Black-owned businesses. So this call-out culture has been such a dramatic shift that we recognize within our Power and Progress study that in order to communicate authenticity and accountability, brands have to utilize these three methods of recalibration. First, activist brands. They can take demonstrable action to show that their brand's point of view, just as BET did when they dedicated $25 million to their Content for Change initiative that will create content aiming to eliminate racial bias in America. Or revisionist brands, where they can reactively own up to past actions and then take steps to evolve. Or adaptive brands, to adapt to the new value models based on changing cultural and political dynamics. A great example of this is Wieden and Kennedy, who took a big and huge step and stance by announcing that they will no longer work with clients and partners who do not support the Black Lives Matter movement.
Okay, before we recap the brand personas, I have a PSA. So when major events happen that shatter our sense of humanity, there's a temptation for brands to put out statements, to be righteous and reactionary. But honestly, before you engage in public conversations around structural racism or commit to anti-racist action, sometimes making promises that you won't be able to keep, brands got to get their houses in order and have to do the hard work of reframing power without the applause. Power shifts are not pretty. They involve a long process, and you'll be getting into some of that internal work during the rest of today's sessions. Because it's not about being woke. It's about unlearning, relearning, knowing what your brand truly stands for, and working proactively and with humility. But when brands are ready to commit to action, they can take on some of the personas outlined here. Now, these personas are neither exhaustive nor fixed. Brands can take on new roles when they're feeling strategically aligned, or they can opt to play multiple roles at the same time, perhaps being an activist and a spotlighter. We will leave it to you, creatives and strategists, to figure out how to best recombine and truly embody these personas for your brand in the service of youth empowerment, collective care, and ultimately structural change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Welcoming back Dania. I would introduce what's next, but I don't know what's coming. The third day is okay to be day for text.
Hi, thank you. A special thank you, Michelle, Rhea, Lydia, for kicking us off today. I personally have two Gen Zers in my household, and they openly share their point of view on equality. And they believe it's their responsibility to take action to ensure equality exists for all. For me personally, your presentation rang true in capturing that Gen Z voice that is always driven to invoke change. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
We're going to head into our first fireside chat of the day. We're joined by Alexis Kerr, the head of Multicultural Marketing and Strategy for Cadillac. Alexis leads the organization's efforts to increase opinion, consideration, and market share amongst diverse consumers. She also manages corporate social responsibility and music efforts, which are directly aligned with the brand's global marketing strategy. This session will be moderated by Viacom CBS's own Tony German, Manager of Consumer Marketing. Welcome to the stage, Alexis and Tony.
Hi, Tony.
Hi. Thank you so
How are
much,
you?
Danielle. I'm doing good. How are you today?
I'm super excited about our chat.
I'm very excited, very excited. Just want to make sure that you can hear me clearly.
I hear you.
Okay, good, good. So first of all, I want to thank Danya, for that introduction. And I'm really excited to be having such an important conversation with you here today, Alexis. But first, I want to start really by creating a safe space for us, for you and I, to have a meaningful, real conversation. And for our audience, hopefully our discussion will be part educational, a little entertaining, and most of all, insightful and empowering. So let's get into it. So I'm a firm believer that people's personal stories need to be told and are important to hear. So I'm going to level set and start with a bit of your background and what brought you to General Motors and ultimately to Cadillac specifically.
Well, absolutely. First of all, I'm excited about the opportunity to talk to you and innovators. This couple of days of these discussions, I think, are important and obviously very timely. Leading the multicultural team here at Cadillac has been exciting, as many of you can imagine, over the last 6 months. And then even prior to that, the work that I've been doing, a little bit about my background. I'm one of 11, so I have 5 brothers and 5 sisters. My father is an entrepreneur and came to the U.S. from Jamaica when he was 12. And so, as you can imagine, I have traveled extensively because of him. And I think within many of us, all of us, especially in my family, there's that entrepreneurial spirit. Most recently, the last 5 years, I had the opportunity to work in our retail marketing space and after sales for our General Motors brands, responsible for about 4,200 of the dealerships in that service lane experience. And through that, I worked on a project revolutionizing the service lane experience. And it was to make the service lane more of a seamless experience for consumers. We knew that they were coming in with a lot of anxiety. And so my project was really to reinvent the way you experience your service experience at the dealership. That took off. I led a pilot through 7 dealerships across the U.S. and had the opportunity to go to Dubai after that, lead culture and the marketing team there for a year and a half. And then I came back to the U.S., repatriated to New York, where I was part of the Cadillac team, led our startup efforts with Book by Cadillac, which was a subscription program. And then I came back to Michigan a little over a year and a half ago in April, when the team came back, the brand came back, and have been leading this team responsible, for African American, Hispanic American, LGBTQ plus those audiences, and also specifically Chinese American, because we tend to sell the most vehicles from the Cadillac brand in China. So yeah, it's a long road here, but it's been really exciting. And as I listened to the previous panelists, we're in the midst of, revolution, but also, brands have to evolve. So I'm glad that we're sitting down and talking about, we are one of these brands who will continue to evolve, in the words of our, CMO. So we pivoted and we evolved, and we're making the necessary changes to really be relevant at a time like this. Yeah.
Yes, that is awesome. And to hear that you got to work in Dubai, like that's a beautiful city, and I had the chance to visit there one time. So I know that must have been an awesome experience. But your current title is Head of Multicultural Marketing. And for those who may hear that all the time, they hear multicultural, exactly what it is you do. Respond and how that.
Yeah, Tony, so from soup to nuts, anything.
You still there?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. Soup to nuts, anything that's not typically general market. So whether it be advertisements, activations, influencers, everyone who is not, in our general market audience. I'm responsible for finding opportunities. We have an agency of record, Spike DDB, that we've worked with for, nearly the last decade as our multicultural agency. So we work extensively with them to help us, generate ideas. Right now, one of the big projects we're working on is shooting a commercial specifically for our new 2021 Escalade for the Hispanic audience. And so we'll talk about that a bit later, but just really excited about, having the opportunity to really tell a genuine story from the perspective of the Hispanic community to the Hispanic community. So, those are the type of things day to day that I'm responsible for: advertisement, commercials, like I say, influencers, and activations, even virtual activations. We're in the midst of Hispanic Heritage Month right now for another week or so. And so we have, many activations that we're doing nationally, virtually. And we just finished last week Playbill. So really excited about that type of work. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is awesome. So you kind of touched on it a little bit, the partnership that with your the 2021 flagship Escalade. So I want to talk about, you partnered with award-winning acting brand and campaign. Can you talk a little bit about the theme of this partnership and why Regina King makes sense for the brand?
Yeah, well, when you think of Cadillac and when you think of where we are and where we are headed, really, our mantra tends to be never stop arriving. And so now as we flash over to Regina King, she's bold, she's sophisticated, she continues to arrive. But she also has this activist piece to her that we absolutely respect and love. If people have looked at her Twitter account over the last couple of days, she's encouraging people to vote. If we look at her evening at the Emmys, how spectacular she was to acknowledge another African-American female. Those are the type of things that we just absolutely appreciate that she brings to the table. And she is, just a class act. And she's the person who's at the epiphany of her career. But then we know there's more. And that's when we think about never stop arriving, but there's more. And so the 2021 Escalade, there's more. It will, we just launched that strong campaign, but working with her was important. She just, she brought about that authentic connection with the community, but she also, exuded everything, whether it's from her Oscar or just all of the work she's done in film and television. She just exuded, kind of the right message, the moment for the brand. So, we are really excited about that partnership. Many of you saw us partner with her earlier this year. On stage with the Oscars, but now it was so important for us to continue to extend that as we evolved post where we were at in the country. So she made perfect sense and has been amazing to work with too.
Awesome. I love the theme, never stop arriving. And I think I'm probably going to adapt that to just my own personal life, because it's such a powerful statement that I think everyone could relate to. And so you guys did an awesome job with coming up with that as your theme. And kind of a segue there, you spoke to me about having a 360 approach to multicultural marketing. How are you doing the work to make sure that you have representation reflected both on camera for your campaigns and your audiences, but also behind the scenes and the people doing that work?
Yeah, I think it's, we tend to, especially at a time like this, listening to the panel before, it's so easy, and people may consider it very low-hanging fruit to say, okay, just cast a multicultural or face in our advertisement to say we're doing things. And really, that's the that's the beginning, or that's the low-hanging fruit. Really, when you're impacting communities and impacting lives, the way that you really do it is the way that we're doing in this Hispanic ad. The Never Stop Arriving is a story that resonates about resilience and bravery with many people. So now we're just going to leverage that story with a Hispanic person. And that person is going to be in front of the camera, but we're also going to have Hispanic representation as our creative director from Spike TV. He is a Hispanic person. Executive producer who's on on the team will be Hispanic. So it's that Real Approach production company. And so that's really how you impact communities, not just casting. That's, again, low-hanging fruit, the least of it, but you're impacting communities when you start to employ people. And when you start to employ people, that's how a brand really makes a short-term difference, but also a long-term difference. And that's what I'm, have been working with our organization to do. And it's exciting because they've been on board. Our CMO continues to be excited about the work that we've done. My director, our content director, he has been, working with me, understanding, this is what we're doing and this is why. And so it's that level of storytelling that we're able to do that really unfolds, that really is able to unfold far beyond just casting. And so, as a brand, and we think about our statement and how we're committed to communities of color, these are the things that we need to do and continue to do. And we were doing, long before, the civil unrest and the Black Lives Matter piece. So, not peace, but movement. And so that's what I'm really proud of. Working with suppliers. Last year, we sourced suppliers that we leveraged that were multicultural. Touche Essentials was one of them. The Lip Bar, we sourced products from them so that even at events, we could give away products from African-American owned businesses. And those are the type of things that we're going to continue to do. And that's really how you build equity. And that's how you give access to some of these small businesses.
Right. And that everything you just mentioned is a head nod for me, because it's so important that the people who are actually doing the work, especially when you're talking about multicultural, those people need to reflect the audiences that you're trying to reach. And so it's people like you and I on the inside that are making sure that the right people are in place to do this important work. So I want to switch gears just a little bit because today's slate of programs with Brand Innovators has really been anchored around inclusion and diversity. And I believe personally that it's a concept that takes on different meanings depending on who you ask. So I just like to understand from you what inclusion means to Alexis. What does it mean specifically to you? If you could just give us your definition.
Yeah, I'll try to give you a short answer because inclusion is a lot. There's examples of, being invited to the party, and inclusion is, being asked to dance. And while I think those are great examples, I think for me, inclusion is that everything that's happening with civil unrest is happening to a person who's responsible for also managing it. And so it's acknowledging me as a person that is, has heard the verdict of, Breonna Taylor, but is also an African-American female, also has to come to work the very next day, working the same day as I hear it, and still has to move through and then still strategize for the organization, but I am still healing. So inclusion is respecting Alexis Kerr as a person and what I'm going through, whether you consider it trauma or I even consider it trauma or not, and saying, how are you doing? To me, how are you doing? Do you need a moment to talk, or, hey, this is happening, how is it impacting you? Or just, that's at the heart of, we can go over these fluffy, fabulous examples, but that's at the heart of connect with me as a person, just like one would connect with someone who's at a breast cancer walk, you would address them in such a way to be focused on, how are you doing? How is your healing? That conversation. So it's engaged with me as an African-American female trying to do an amazing job, but also dealing with all of this. So I'm not seeing this from the outside. I am dealing and healing, and I'm also working and doing a fantastic job because I'm guiding the team. At this time when I need to heal, I'm working. And it was, to me, a great pleasure when our past president just sent me an instant message and said, hey, can I talk to you? How are you doing, Alexis? How are we doing at Cadillac? What can I do to help? And internally, we had listening sessions with our executive leaders. Our CMO was part of that. Our vice president of sales was part of that. Just listening to our African-American employees, starting at home, really saying, what's going on? How is this environment as an African-American or Black employee? How is this environment impacting you? And just listening, and I think that's at the beginning. Then we moved into, I started with another colleague, we started a mentoring program with every African-American employee who was interested can have an executive mentor. So that's been kicked off. So really taking action internally, those are the things that I value and I consider. When I think of inclusion, those are just a few of the things that makes me feel, aside from some, fluffy example, those are the real things that make me feel like inclusion is part of where we're headed, and I feel included.
That is awesome. And in a lot of what you just said about just asking someone how they're doing really, and really meaning it. People say, how you doing all the time. It's like, it sometimes just feels like a question that comes out of people's mouths and they don't really care. But where you started about being, invited to the party, then being invited to the dance floor to dance, and then even taking it a step further with inclusion and belonging is dancing like no one's watching. So that is awesome. But as a Black man pursuing my career in corporate America, and I've worked at a number of different companies, I've always struggled with the fact that I rarely ever see senior leadership, the decision makers at the top, who look like me. So talking to you is really, for me, like the type of energy that I always want to bottle up every chance I get. So I want to hear from you about your experience as a Black woman and some of the challenges you faced coming up in the ranks in the auto industry, which, by the way, is often seen as male-dominated.
Yeah, I think in any industry, there's going to be challenges. They're just for everyone. Like, if we should start that broad, there will be challenges for everyone in these tech/STEM industries. But you also see challenges even in whether it be creators and directors, in all industries. So if I think about the challenges for women, they're across the board. I will say, thankfully, being a part of the team of Cadillac, but more importantly, the bigger organization, GM, I have been able to have female mentors, some who are now still with the organization, some who have gone on to bigger and greater jobs and exposure. At GM, I have been able to have women, African American as well as not, who have supported me, who have say, I see you, sis. Here's a way that you can pivot. Here's a way to have managerial courage. Here's a way to have presence. It's that mentoring, sometimes that silent mentoring, sometimes that text after a presentation. Those type of things have been really, really helpful to navigate quite transparently. The other thing is, I feel like over the last year, I've really come into my own voice. And part of that is something that is not necessarily always taught, but it is mastering the language. And so, we hear, you're not qualified because of this, or we don't like this idea because of that, in any environment. And so when you understand the language, you can listen to a conversation that you may not even be a part of, and you can understand when decision makers you're like, I've heard that before. They don't really want to do it. Or when it's something that they want to do, you hear different language. And so when you master the language, once you understand the rules of engagement, then you can lean in and you know, okay, oh, this is what I need to say in this moment. So part of the executive presence is just standing in who you are and understanding with great restraint, especially as an African American female, how you will be seen, how you will be heard, but also how to navigate through that. Because other than that, you'll find yourself always complaining, always frustrated, and always reactive. And so when you start to master the language and you start to understand how to pitch an idea, how to push, what are the levers that you can use, how to build the team before the meeting, what are the discussions that are going to happen after the meeting. When you start to do that work, and that's work, those are tools that you need to pull out of your toolbox, and you realize how the decisions are made, then it's not so frustrating and you don't go to work saying, I want to do this, but people want to do that. You start to master the pieces of the puzzle where it's like, in order to do what I know is right and we need to do, I need to do this. And you can see how that's positioned a bit differently. Yeah.
That is awesome. And I'm so glad that you talked about it. I don't think I've ever heard it in that way, like mastering a language and being able to understand that. Because it definitely is a language and it's something you have to navigate. And until until someone tells you these things, it's kind of like you're walking around blindly. So the idea of mentorship and taking it a step further, sponsorship is so important, especially for Black and Brown people. And when you mentioned, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say something on that mentorship and sponsorship. I'll just give you a tip or two. So one of the great things that people can do, I want us to leave having learned something, hopefully, and just a couple of tips. So on the mentorship and sponsorship, there are many people within the organization that you would love to talk to, engage with, or what have you. Send them a quick email, tell them a little bit about yourself, and then ask, can you get together over conversation for 15 minutes. So you're not making it 30, you're not making it an hour, 15 minutes. That has worked for me for many, many, many years. And now in COVID, in yourself, just tell yourself that people have time and tell yourself that they want to talk to me. When you go in with the mindset, Alexis, they want to talk to me and they have time. And so that repositions the narrative and the story that you tell yourself and your note. So you might write your note a little bit with a little bit more information, and then you're talking about why. And in that 15 minutes, you can cover a lot. And typically it tends to go over, but that's how you're going to have to start building your network, especially at a time like this. And you can do it at your current company, or if you're thinking about exploring new opportunities and making your way somewhere else, you can also do that there. But it's very hard for people to say no to 15 minutes, just psychologically, because it's a little bit of time. Yeah.
That's a very helpful tip, because I know a lot of people can be intimidated about asking for people's time. So I hope everyone out there that's listening is definitely taking notes, because it's so important to initiate the conversations and then follow up on those conversations. So something you kind of alluded to earlier about taking risk a little bit. You talked about testing and failing, and when people decide that they are able to do that when it comes to certain things, but then others, they're more reluctant to do so. So I want to talk about risk and reward, and brands like the ones you and I work for. They want to, quote unquote, get it right. So much so that sometimes they remain silent because they don't want to offend any particular audience of their consumers. So can you talk about the importance of taking risks and possibly making a mistake versus not standing up for something at all and making a statement?
Yeah, I think so there's a lot to unpack in that. But I'll start off with saying that we take risk every day, and the best brands take really calculated risks. For example, when we made our statement, our agency of record worked with us on our statement from Cadillac about how we felt about Black life. When we made that statement, the agency made it, helped us, craft it to ensure that it was authentic. But also internally, we shared that statement with our African Ancestry Network to just make sure, it resonated with our internal audience. And then we obviously shared it with the world in our, on our social media platforms. But also we followed up with that with, hey, here's the things that the brand is doing, and then here are the things also to come. And so there's a lot of things coming. I'm personally excited about our executive leadership and how they're committed to making change. So for brands who are trying to figure it out, who are unsure, I would say assess your internal employees first. I had a 30-minute conversation with another brand yesterday who was just asking me, like, what do we do? We're now, we're North American based, but we're considering I'm over marketing for the entire world and we want to do X, Y, Z. And I'm like, you need to internally talk to your employees first, as I mentioned, the listening session, so we can understand where employees are at, because you don't want to go externally and talk about something that you haven't discussed at home in your house to understand where employees are at and what they need, really what people need, far beyond just words and platitudes and what have you. And the organizations that are concerned about, not starting because they're going to get it wrong. Many organizations do test and learns. And so if you find an agency or record that is multicultural, they can help you craft a statement that's authentic, but they also can help you with initiatives. And so if you start really with the initiatives and you just start doing good work, it's never too late to start. If you start doing good work and making less excuses, you're so busy doing work that is right, that is trying to impact communities, that you'll find yourself that the statements will come, or the external facing things will come. The reason why we as Cadillac were able to make a statement was because we were doing the work. We were already working with small businesses. We already worked with the likes of Regina King and Spike Lee for the Oscars. We already, in years past, worked with many influencers. We supported American Black Film Festival for 10 years. We had already, for example, done the work. And so then it's easier to make a statement. And so organizations need to begin doing work. Not necessarily always making donations, but begin doing the work. If you don't have the money for big influencers, find micro influencers who are doing amazing things. There are many of them. The last presentation just said 70% of all, young people feel like they're activists. Grab a couple of them and help them do that work. And when you begin doing the work, more people will come to you because you're starting the process. And then it becomes easier because it becomes part of your DNA. Mm-hmm.
Right. That is such an important point when you talked about starting from within, because a lot of times it could feel like when issues come up, people are so quick to get consultants and go outside. But some of these companies haven't looked within first. They haven't asked the people that are working for them already that could help, or just to even, like you said earlier, check in and how are they doing. So I think that's super important, because you don't want to get yourself in a place where it can feel performative. And we know what that feels like. We know what that looks like. It's like you can smell it, you can see it, you can cut it. So you don't want to be performative. So I'm just so happy that you brought that up and spoke about it in that way. But we're getting ready to go into some Q&A. Hopefully there are some questions being generated that will be sent my way. But you do wear more than just the multicultural marketing hat. And so I wanted to touch on that just a little bit, because you also manage corporate social responsibility and music efforts at Cadillac. And that can seem like a very distinct, separate area. But I want to talk about how you bridge your multicultural hat with your corporate social responsibility and music hat, and how that comes together for you.
Well, thankfully, we've got a team. that helps us with that. So the corporate social responsibility, that piece is just personally near and dear to my heart. And much of the work that we do right now, much of the funding that the initiatives that we support, Save the Music Foundation, et cetera, those initiatives are here in Metro Detroit. And because they're in Metro Detroit, they tend to impact Black and Brown communities, like over 70%. And so I just work with our team to identify opportunities where the brand can lean in. Either we can bring dealers in for vehicle displays to ensure that we're showing up in a very authentic way in arts and in culture, but we're also bringing arts and culture to our young people. And so when we think about innovation and spurring innovation and learning and STEM and STEAM, through arts and culture is a really big part of that. And so an example of Save the Music Foundation is a great opportunity and effort that we leaned into last year, giving them a grant as an example. So providing instruments to young people in a school here, specifically in Metro Detroit. And hopefully next year we'll continue the partnership to a number of different schools. But later this month we'll have a presentation from them, obviously virtual, but we were able to engage with organizations like that. And part of that is also, a very strong part of our DNA at Cadillac. And so that piece is really important to us. And then when I think of overall music and our strategy and how we continue to evolve on that end, I work with a fantastic counterpart on our team, Victoria. And so we're trying to, whether it be activations or just what type of music and energy we want to infuse in our commercials, at our events, those type of things, when we think about music, the music that we have used for the Regina King spot obviously won't be the music that we use for our new Hispanic spot that will be shown early November, but it will all have it will have those cultural nuances. It will obviously be Latin, but just, understanding our overall strategy and working with our partners and teams, that's been part of that role. Yeah.
Awesome. And to me, music is one of those great connectors. I think about music and I think about food that really connect people, and it invokes emotion. And it's sort of one of those things that really, you hear a song and it can bring people together in a way that, that is really simple, but not, and it's just has an impact. So,
and Versus is a great example of that. Yeah. I'm saying Versus is a great example of that, bringing people together, using a platform of music, just doing amazing work. And we've just seen how that has blown up over the last 6 months. So yeah, great example of how music pulls us all together. Yeah.
Yes, I know. I was watching Patti LaBelle and Gladys Knight with my friends, and that was definitely one of the most fun nights I've had during this COVID-19 craze. But one last thing on a personal note, I want to ask you: do you have a quote or a mantra that you live by? We talked about never stop showing up or never stop arriving as a theme for your recent campaign. I want to know for you, is there a quote or something you tell yourself that you can share with us?
I'm always thinking I can do more. I can do more. There's always within me and inside of me this energy that, says that there's just so much more work that I could be doing, and not necessarily checking things off a list of work, but that I have a bigger contribution to give. And so it is that essence of that never stop arriving. I have more to give, and when I'm always thinking that I have more to give, then that means there's more work to do. It's like your foot should always be on the gas because you're heading somewhere. And so even when even as I journey, I want to continue to bring people along. And I would say over the COVID break, a young lady said something that has just continued to stick with me on panels. is that people of color, it's not that we're not qualified or we're not ready or any of those things. Because if you think about the African American female, she's one of the most educated women in the workforce, but yet one of the most, underpaid. And so the pinning of her saying we just need access. So my overall goal in the work that I'm doing is to provide access to people of color, access to have opportunities as small business owners, access to influencers to work with a big brand. Now, obviously, there's going to be excellence. They have to be bold. They have to be sophisticated, and they are. But they just need access. So I have just been working very diligently to be excellent, but also to provide access to others. So
that is beautiful. That is. And don't get me started on Black women, because we saw an amazing example last night with Kamala Harris. So I'm going to go into these questions over here and see what the people have to ask you. So let's see. I want to get a good one.
Okay. I'm trying to pull it up too.
Let's see. Okay, here's one. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose? And how does that impact your approach in marketing? I can read it again if you want.
Yeah, it's pretty much how do we think about the brand purpose and how we communicate. I'd love to hear a little bit more about that question in general from whoever typed it in. Essentially, we have our, brand foundation and pillars. I think it's just delivered in a different way, depending on the audience. And so obviously, if you're thinking about, this discussion in general market versus African American versus Hispanic. So, some would say it would be in language, different music. I would just be thinking of the audience first is how, I would approach it. But the never stop arriving, that foundation, that brand mantra and theme will shine through. Like that piece isn't different depending on the audience. Just the depiction in a commercial or an activation may be different. Hopefully that answers that question. So that purpose, that ethos is still the same. The delivery may be different.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I have a really interesting one here. I feel like you're repeatedly not being heard by your management because you're one of a few that have the courage to be vocal. What suggestions do you have to help communicating among colleagues and management? And we know what that's like when, you're the one that feels like you're speaking up, but you feel like you're not putting your time.
So a couple of things. I think one,
help.
One, I would try to check my approach. Sometimes our approach just within itself, separate from you, separate from anything else. Sometimes, sometimes it's not going to work, but at other times there's ways in adjusting your approach. And sometimes you're doing it in front of a large group of people versus one-on-one. So I would start to have some maybe one-on-one discussions with leadership and kind of do some storytelling there as to why you need whatever it is, whether it's resources or why you think we should pivot left versus right. Some people tend to go with the documentation route. So if you are having these discussions and they're going left and you need them to go right for a number of reasons, safety, et cetera, I would document it. So, per our discussion, here's an email of the things that we talked about. And beyond that, an approach, I think there's also some value in having a conversation with the other minorities in this group. And so sometimes you're fighting a battle that someone else in the group may have already fought, and then that's why they're a bit more timid and quiet. You may, feel like you have nothing to lose or XYZ, and these other people may have, they may not feel comfortable. Sometimes everybody doesn't agree just because we're all African American females at relatively the same company in XYZ. We just may not agree. So some of that is like, you think you're fighting a battle for whoever us is, but you're fighting a battle for you, and that's why some of your constituents or some of your colleagues can't support you. So I think those would be a couple of things that I would suggest. Hopefully something there is helpful.
No, I think that is, because approach can be everything, and just making sure you have a strategy on that, and communicating across and within the same groups. I think that's so smart. I have another one here about strategies in marketing. So how do you know when you need to change your strategies in marketing? How do you ensure that you are not making assumptions about the culture that you're interested in reaching? For example, there are many different types of Black people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's a lot to unpack in that question, but I would say you get experts. So our agency record really helps us with that, and your has to be to the ground of what's happening in culture and why it's happening in culture. And so a lot of times people see what's happening in culture, but they don't really understand why and what it means. You might understand what it means to a Hispanic American or to an LGBTQ person, but you might not understand what it means to an African American who's, from the U.S. versus a Black, Haitian, or someone who's, a transplant, or someone who's come from another place. So I think that perspective of what it means, what does this action mean to me as an African American female, but also what does it mean? How can that be translated a little bit different for different audiences? That piece is really, really important. And I think evolving is important. So, you may have something that goes out that actually was perceived in a different way than your intention. So intention means nothing. I also just want to pause there and just say, a lot of times people say intention means nothing if it lands in a bad place. And so you have to be able to adjust and evolve if what you intended did not happen. You just can't say that wasn't my intention. That's unacceptable. And so if you are in a process of evolving, and that's what I loved about our brand, our CMO was a visionary to help us move forward in our agencies of record. After COVID, we just evolved when that happened, and we stopped our regular advertisement and changed it to making sure people felt safe, and that our cars are now the home office and they can be just leveraged in a different way. We gave away Wi-Fi for a period for free. So you've got to evolve and adjust. And then in June, it's like, wow, we loved Regina. We've worked with her. So we've evolved in our relationship with her. And she stands for everything the brand stands for in our new vehicle. So it's about evolution, and things may change quite transparently post-election. And so how are we evolving to if there is an evolution that needs to happen? But I think brands have to always be aware, one, of what's happening in culture. How does that affect our consumers? But also, we have a responsibility to people who also aren't our consumers too. Just a responsibility as companies, that social responsibility. And so we've got to own that and continue to adjust based on what's happening. But at the epicenter of that is really experts, whether they internally, externally, who can give you guidance. And so we have social listening tools, we have agencies that help us. And then I don't leave anything on anybody else. I'm responsible for my staff functional area. So part of that is I, watch things. I look at media. I make sure I'm aware, and our partner agency, Spike DDB, does the same for us.
Now, there's a lot to unpack in just what you said, because I want to jump out of my seat right now, because when you talked about intention and that means nothing, it makes me think of a recent conversation I had around microaggressions, and how, someone was saying, well, microaggressions, what's like, you could say something to me and not have meant to make me feel a certain way, but that doesn't matter. Your intention doesn't matter there, because what matters is how you made me feel. And I had to go into that conversation a little bit and then they realized, well, now that makes sense. How I intended that message to come across doesn't matter at the end of the day. And that's kind of a little bit of what you were touching on in there that just got me really excited. So I think we have about 3 minutes left. I could ask one more question, unless you have some final words for the group. I could let you.
Well, I think while you're looking for a question, I'll just give, a couple of final things. And the biggest one is really that we as marketers are talking to people. A lot of times we forget that, or that can easily be forgotten. We are marketing to people. I say that because people can hear you, digest it, and make inferences from it. And so that means you always have to be as genuine as possible. You have to be as clear as possible, and you have to be able to adjust if it doesn't land where you want it to land. And the other thing that I think is important, especially at a time like this, is to listen. We still have to I still listen. I listen to employees, I listen to friends, I listen to foes, to colleagues. And listening, we can learn and understand how people are evolving and how what's happening in our culture is impacting them. And then that's where the sweet spot happens. It's where, there's a need because you've listened and you can address that need. And so, we're doing a lot of initiatives around small businesses. If I think about the initiatives that have come out post our, equality and justice internal initiative, we are, making sure we support small businesses starting at home here in Detroit. And so we have a number of initiatives that, we are rolling out over the next couple of months. And, I'm super proud and excited to be working with our senior leadership team at Cadillac, who really allows me to do the necessary work. It's a lot of work, but do the necessary work at a pivotal time like this in the midst of a revolution and evolution in our culture. And personally, to everyone of color who's watching, put your foot on the gas, expect absolutely nothing but the best. And the best time to be amazing and excel is now. It is now. There will be so many opportunities that come your way. Just address them with as much humility and purpose and excellence. And always in your mind be thinking that you can never stop arriving. So there's truly more for you.
Yes. Oh. How many times do we hear that people just want to be heard? And I try to remind myself, be a better listener today than I was yesterday. So that hit the nail on the head for me and hopefully for everyone listening. And I think that's a great place to end. I thoroughly enjoyed this conversation so much, Alexis. I'm glad we had this opportunity, and we're ending right on time. We're keeping innovators right on schedule.
Yes, and stay connected, Tony. It was definitely a pleasure. I'm online social. I am Alexis Kerr on Twitter and Instagram, and I would love to connect with everyone. So thank you so much. Turn it over to the Brand Innovators team.
Thank you so much, Alexis and Tony. You kicking off our live portion of today. To be honest, I was not ready for the conversation to end. It just felt so personal, and just being able to realize that having just conversations and asking simple questions. I mean, I think sometimes, especially, being, working remotely, being apart, we kind of forget to ask the question of like, how are you? How are you feeling? Are you okay? And just being able to listen. So thank you so much for sharing. Thank you, Tony, for all of your poignant questions. And we'll go ahead and move on to our next session. Thank you both.
All
right, bye.
We are now going to bring two sisters, Antoinette Clark and Trisha Clarkstone, to the virtual stage. They are co-authors of Double Down, Bet on Yourself, and Succeed on Your Terms, and each are boss ladies in their own right. As first-generation Americans, best friends, Black women, and as Elle magazine called them, power twins, these ladies are the real deal. Their story is one of grit, determination, business acumen, and inspiration. As advertising, branding, media, and tech experts, they've helped celebrities and Fortune 500 companies innovate, tell their stories, and connect with millions of people. Trisha is an entrepreneur, starts businesses to create change, and Antoinette is an intrapreneur, steering businesses to create change. Between the two, they've started and sold companies, secured patents, built new businesses with existing companies, developed unique IP, won 2 Emmys, and their groundbreaking work has been recognized by Clios, Webbies, Shorties, and Cannes Lions. Welcome Antoinette Clark and Trisha Clark-Stone to our Viacom client session, and I am pleased to be moderating this session with the two of you.
Hi, thank you so much for having us.
Hi, so excited that you ladies are here with us today. This is awesome just seeing you both kind of together. I mean, what a dynamic experience that I was able to read. Your bios are just extraordinary. So thank you for sharing, just your time and also, having these conversations with us today.
Yeah, we're so excited to be here.
Thank you. I just want to hop right into it because, I have so many questions and I just want to see, between the book, I've read it. It's so inspiring. I guess just to kick it off, like what made you decide to write this book?
Well, that happens all the time. We're twins. I'll start this. We wrote this book to really democratize success for people who look like us, to create a new operating system where you can define success on your own terms. And we really looked at Double Down as an opportunity for us to deliver a rule book, something we wish we had early on, and because it outlines the principles in an effort to give the next generation the tools, the tips, the tactics that they need to find success on their own terms. And it was also a great way to scale our mentorship, because the way we see it is, it's not enough just to get in the building, we need to get in the boardroom. And we wanted to basically change the face of business. It doesn't have to be the white, stuffy, conservative men. It could be 2 Black women from Brooklyn who define their path to success on their own terms. Also, when you look at kind of that self-empowerment space and self-help space, most books we were reading, it was focused on you. You have to do this. You have to go at it alone. And it's all up to you. And with Double Down, it's broken down into 2 parts. So part 1, it's all about finding the power that's within yourself. And then part 2, it's about doubling down on your crew and going in to nurture and inspire the power in others.
Yeah, and it's so funny, as I was reading the book, it's exactly that. There are so many books that we have that are available, and it's almost a cookie cutter formula, whereas yours, like, it's almost giving us the opportunity to look at it and apply it personally. And so I guess, is that really where you see, like, why is it now, I guess, is that perfect time for you to share this story, to have this be such a personal, experience and also kind of guide that you can share with others?
We think because of, when we look at everything that's going on in the world, obviously we wrote this book pre BLM, but we think it was time for us to really start to challenge the status quo, right? And as you can see, because we know you read the book, is the status quo is a big through line in our book. And we talk a lot about it. It's almost like the status quo is a character, in the book. And the status quo, I think, is a big part of why we're in the situation that we're in, because the status quo is not our friend. It's that get in line, wait your turn, you can't do that mentality that governs a lot of the world that manifests inside our head as self-doubt and fear. And that's kind of what we're all up against. And we really want to reject the status quo's conformity and conservatism, right? Because the status quo wrote the rules, it keeps you in that box, and it wants you to follow the conventional roadmap. It can't think outside the box, but you can. All of us can. So the status quo loves shining a light on these 2 mythical stories, the born leader and the overnight success, because then it lumps the rest of us, which is the majority, in the middle. And then no one really wants to be in the middle, because what we should all be in the middle of is just taking over the world. The status quo will have you believe that you should follow this linear path to success, and it tricks you into believing that you're ordinary. None of us are ordinary, we're extraordinary, and we need to show our power to the world and activate that. And especially as Black women, sometimes we shy away from really expressing who we are and how we can deliver. But we need to evangelize ourselves and be strong in that commitment so the world can see what we really can do.
Now, I hear the status quo, and again, it is a big through line in the book, but it also speaks to us a bit of bravery it takes to kind of overcome status quo. Can you speak and give us just a little insight into how we can wield that bravery inside of all of us?
Yeah, I think, it's about staying grounded in who you are. And I think another big thing is about really identifying, being clear on what your biggest competitive advantage is. Because I think when you're clear on that, it gives you that self-confidence. And when you have that self-confidence, that bravery almost acts as that shield, and it allows you to continue to double down on it. Right. And I think it all comes into play once you really are very self-aware and you know who you are. And I think that starts with identifying what your superpower is. For some of us, it's really hard to figure out what that is, but it's at the intersection of where your passion and your expertise meet. So if you think about it and ask yourself a couple of different questions, it's the common denominator of some of your proudest moments. What really sets you apart from the masses? And what have you become known for? What's your reputation? And also, what do you do so effortless that feels like magic all the time? So essentially, it's understanding, elevating, and playing to your uniqueness and doubling down on it.
So, Antoinette, you've made your mark in the corporate world. You're currently at Viacom CBS. While Trisha, you've clearly struck out on your own, starting your own company. One of you is an entrepreneur, the other an entrepreneur. Can you talk to us about that?
Sure. So there are obviously so many different ways of driving change and achieving success. As we all know, an entrepreneur starts businesses to create change, and that's what Trisha is and has done. And I'm more of an entrepreneur. So I steer existing businesses to create change and opportunity. So despite their differences, they have so many similarities, which I feel like people don't lean into or really understand. They both, and I think a lot of it is because today, especially, I think entrepreneurs are, it's like the it thing to be. They're hot right now. Everyone wants to be their own CEO and entrepreneur. And everyone thinks they're like one idea away from an IPO, because that being an entrepreneur, that's what grabs the headlines and, the cover of Fast Co. But being an entrepreneur, you can still be applauded because you can still be that innovator. It's just within the confines of a bigger organization where you have the support. I don't have the stomach to be an entrepreneur. I get all the agita. So I love having the safety net and the infrastructure of being part of a bigger company where I can still drive change. And one of the main things I did at CBS was really going beyond my JD. So not really just doing what's expected of me in my job description, going above that. You're never going to become the best at your job or transcend it if you just stick to your JD. The second thing, I really wanted to focus on challenge the status quo in the workplace to drive change. And in my case, I started at CBS in the brand and entertainment division for only overseeing one daytime show. That's what I was hired to do. And as we all know, daytime is not the sexiest day part. The status quo was more focused on, prime time and late night are kind of where everyone wants to be. And daytime is sometimes considered a bit of a stepchild. And I thought to myself, well, maybe if we could package all of the shows together and really entice companies and brands to get into this day part. We also need to remember daytime is original reality. If we didn't have daytime talk shows, we would never have reality shows. So it has driven culture in the past. It was more about figuring out how we were going to continue to do that. And really highlight the narrative and show the power of daytime, which I think Antoinette figured out how to really lean into that element of storytelling. Right. And then also in order to effectively challenge the status quo, you have to find the white space. And like Trisha was talking about earlier. So for me, that white space was reimagining how we were selling and going to execute integrations in daytime. And since I was a producer for 12 years, I heavily leaned into my producer skill set and being innovative and developing creative ideas so we could leverage pop culture, gamification, and stunts, do something different where we could align with brands. So the show's DNA and the brand's DNA, put that together and create a larger and more impactful DNA together. So it's been such a great experience, and obviously having the infrastructure and the great evangelists at CBS who I work with and who I report to, it's been amazing.
I mean, it's such an amazing story. I think, oftentimes, there is a perception that you join a big corporation and you just kind of fall in line. So hearing how you're able to find that white space and really just carve a bigger, awesome opportunity with even just the same resources, it really speaks to the strength of your creativity. So thank you so much for sharing your experience that you're having currently at Viacom CBS. Trisha, you also, in the book, I read that you started an agency, even though you had never worked at one. What led to that decision?
Well, first, I thought she was crazy when she came to me and said, I'm going to start an agency. I'm like, Trish, you've never worked at an agency. How are you even going to know how to do that? And I think, Dania, a lot of it is because of a little bit of what you alluded to. I saw a white space. So I was working with a lot of agencies because I was in the, media and digital space. And first off, I didn't see a lot of people who look like me on the teams, much less in leadership roles. Also, there was a bit of an archaic sensibility. There was also a lot of very traditional linear storytelling happening. Also, there was very much so monolithic thinking. People were solving problems all in the same ways. And there, frankly, wasn't a lot of innovation, and there was a lack of cultural intelligence. And I believe that the collection of my experience up until that point across media, digital, product development, marketing, and creative strategy had prepared me to really disrupt that traditional agency model. So I decided one day that, I wasn't going to ask for a seat at the table, that I make my own. So after working for Russell Simmons and running his digital media company for 4 years, making that profitable and leading it to a successful exit, I felt as though, I had been working for about 10 plus years and working for a mogul like him. And then prior to that, MS Communications, that I had built up this level of confidence where I thought I can now go off on my own. So I went and pitched Russell Simmons on the idea of narrative. So launching a creative and technology agency really focused on redefining the rules of storytelling, leveraging code, technology, and culture to really hone in on a brand's narrative. So it was going to be one part agency and one part innovation lab. And of course, like Angela said, people thought I was crazy. But the interesting thing was when we first launched and press started to pick it up, so many people started to put us in a box because, of course, I'm Black and Russell Simmons is Black. So automatically it was this multicultural shop just launched. Yeah. And I was like, why do we have to be a multicultural agency? Why can't we just be a great shop that is redefining the rules of storytelling?
Right.
So what I did was really try to, double down even more so on the technology piece.
I like what you did there.
Right? Double down. And that's exactly what we did, because tech to me was really a great way for brands to reimagine and redefine how they bring their brand to life, and use technology as a way to do it. And because
they're not focusing on color.
Right. Because if you think about it, with technology, you don't see color. So yes. Budgets really started opening up for us. And we were no longer pigeonholed into just being multicultural just because the two founders were Black. And we became really known as an innovation shop. And we started to lock in blue chip brands like JCPenney, Samsung, Under Armour, and a slew of new startups, and started racking up awards on the mantle. And people really started to take notice, and our billings began to rack up, and we became a multi-million-dollar shop within a couple of years. So I really felt like we made it. And then I remember distinctly about 2 years in, we started that story. She came home one day and said that she had walked into this meeting and with her creative directors and her team, and everyone in the meeting looked past her and looked to her white creative director because they thought he was the CEO. Because how could she be? Right. This was before the meeting even started. I remember walking in and I had on a killer dress, that I remember, and people were complimenting it. And the CEO walked right past me and to my white group creative director, white male group creative director, and said, nice to meet you. I've heard so many great things about your shop. We're so happy to have you here today. So that was, I'm getting goosebumps talking about it. That was such an eye-opening moment, because here I am thinking, we are like on this high, we're being recognized and we're killing it because of the work. And we had reached a point, and I thought, okay, people aren't seeing color, people are just looking at our work. And we walk into this room, and that level of bias that just filled the room at that point, that there's no way it could have been this Black girl from Brooklyn that disrupted things and could be leading this team and this vision and to bring us to this place. But by no means could it have been me. It had to be my white creative director that brought us to this place. So I even get choked up thinking about it now.
I'm getting tears.
That there's no way it could have been me that brought us to this place. So that was a real eye-opening moment for me. And I think that's also when we started even coming up with the idea of writing Double Down. We really wanted to shine a light on Black women, people of color, that we can get in those positions and we can get to that point, and that we needed to normalize us and how we look and where we show up in the world, and we can get to those positions and we can do those things. And then the fact that within 5 years of me starting Narrative, I had an exit. Narrative was acquired. So I had reached the goal that I set out, so that people like us, that can happen. And so that's why us writing the book, for us to put down on paper that this was our journey and you too can do this, and here was our kind of blueprint, and you don't have to follow that traditional trajectory to get to where you want to go, and screw the status quo, because right, you believe it and you can.
And, Trisha, thank you for sharing that story. I mean, I think oftentimes, I've even felt it, where you walk into a room and assumptions might be made, whether it be, are you the founder of this company, or are you the creative director? I mean, is there a time where you've walked into a room and kind of taken a step back and even thought to yourself, do I need to bring myself in a different light or bring a different presence as you enter the room? Or have you always kind of sat in that confident space and just allowed your inner self to project,
So I think being twins, this may sound funny to some people, but being twins has really taught us the power of connection and needing to individuate and really showing up as our authentic selves. Growing up as twins, of course, our mom dressed us alike, and there was always that wow factor. Wow, you guys are so cute. Wow, you're dressed alike. Wow, you speak at the same time. So that really forced us to work hard to make ourselves as powerful as individuals as we were together. So we had to figure out what made us unique and different. Like, we wanted that same wow factor as a singleton that made us stand out in every room we entered, AKA being different. So to us, our diversity is our competitive advantage. So we never shy away. There's no code switching. We are who we are, and we show up every day as Antoinette Clark and Trisha Clark Stone, two girls who came from first generation immigrants and grew up in Brooklyn. It was not always easy. We've had so many obstacles and things that we've had to overcome, but I think also the power of our connection and the support that we give each other has helped us come up in the way that we have and be able to still have those wins and still get over those losses. So it's been, a huge learning experience for us.
I have to say, as I hear you, I'm looking at the screen at both of you. I know, Antoinette, you're familiar. I am also a mom of identical twins. So, the question is, how do you tell them apart? How are they different? It's just so clear that you both are so unique in your own rights. I guess, can you also share a little bit about that dynamic, how you've leaned on each other to almost bring out that individuality even more so than others may have experienced?
Yeah, I think, one good example is when we were coming up, when it would be report card day, our mom purposely would never review our report cards together. So she would take us each into a separate room and review our report cards separately so that we would never compare ourselves to each other. So that was one thing. So there was never a competitive sensibility between each other. So we pushed each other, and I always say Trish wants more for me sometimes than I want for myself. So we use each other as inspiration, but we're not competitive with each other. So when I see a trait or a characteristic or a win or Antoinette winning, it just pushes me or inspires me to say, wow, I want to embrace that, or I wish I had a little bit of that in me. So I think our mom really instilled in us that there's enough of that winning pie to go around. So I think that's one big thing. So, and we take that into our tribe of friends and then also within our professional careers. So we're always rooting for everyone to win because there's enough to go around. I think the other piece is our mom always put us in uncomfortable situations when we were growing up. We went to a Jewish summer camp. She sent us to a Jewish summer camp when we were growing up. Wow. Because when we were growing up, we lived in a pretty mixed neighborhood, but heavily focused on West Indian communities. So she wanted to make sure that we left our neighborhood and we were exposed to other cultures and other people. But when we went to this Jewish camp, we would bring them kind of stuff from our neighborhood. So, and then when we came back to our neighborhood, we would bring back things we learned at the Jewish summer camp. Right. So we felt like Christopher Columbus. So our mom instilled that in us from such an early age, and we were able to flex those muscles. So we became comfortable not only with ourselves individually, but also being put in different areas and different, like even now with the jobs that we have, sometimes we are the only other in the room, or we're the outsider. But I think too, in the fields that we're in, like with me in marketing and advertising, you're only as good as your last idea. And it's all about diverse thinking. Not saying that there's always diversity in the room, but you're applauded for innovation. And, the way we look at it too is being an outsider lets you invent your own systems. Right. And that to us has been, it's been a benefit and not a detriment to us. Right. And so we've seen success come out of that. So innovation has really been our operating system. And we think a lot of that has been attributed to our mom. She set it up well. Right. And she set that up for us. So we can't, all praise to her essentially for giving us that base and foundation. She started the toolkit, and then we've only enhanced those tools as we've come into our own and understood how we can activate those tools in different ways. Right. We continue to sharpen with the relationship that we have with our mentors and our gurus. We always say that, mentors help you, widen your network, and then gurus help you widen your horizon. So But it's all about kind of surrounding yourself with people that can be your gravity and your elevation. And a lot of that from, the base and foundation that we continue to build and our twinity. Right. And obviously you don't have to have a twin to have someone like this in your life. So in our book, we definitely lean into ways on how you can activate that type of relationship and support system with other people in your lives too. But Denya, to your point, your twins are lucky. So to come up in this world and to be born with your first soulmate and to be able to live life together and do life together is an amazing thing, that you always know someone has your back no matter what, especially in the times that we're living in. With the pandemic and being in quarantine, the only other person I felt safe enough to see was Trish. So many people were by themselves. So I just think it's such a huge advantage for us as women and Black women to just have each other. So your twins are in great hands. And one other thing, it's like growing up, we learned how to play tennis playing doubles. And then we had to learn how to play singles. That is how I think we really became self-aware of who we were and what our value prop was to the world.
This is amazing. I'm sorry, I get so excited. I think it's, obviously I have that personal connection to, as being a mom of twins. So seeing you guys just, both, just embracing your own, selves, confidence, personality, and just being able to share that, not just through the book, but in your day-to-day experiences. I would like to kind of transition back to something we touched on a bit earlier. Trisha, we talked about, going into a room and not being recognized as the founder. Antoinette, you also mentioned, in the past, going into, meetings and being the only at times. Is there a point, I guess, with both of your experience in media, advertising, and with branded, that you're surprised about the lack of diversity?
Yes. We need to stop this. So I think it's just very weird because obviously we're both in advertising and media, and advertising and media, they help shape culture. And our culture is a diverse culture. So it's weird that there aren't more people that look like us at that table. So I think that's very disconcerting for us. And two, we have in the industries that we're in, we have the microphone, right? And content and ads have always reflected culture, where we are, where we're going. So if that is the case, how don't we have more diverse people working in these fields, considering it's consumed by a diverse America? Media and ad agencies should reflect the audiences they're serving, which is the new American mainstream, which Trish talks so much about that when she's consulting with clients. So, the new American mainstream, that is what, we dub as the diverse America that we live in today. It's the minority majority that's shaping our culture and really driving the economy. So when we look at other fields and sectors that have improved or starting to improve their diversity efforts, so it's kind of mind-boggling when we look at our industry, whether it be ad agencies or media companies, that we're still lagging behind when we're supposed to be the creative and innovative ones, and we're just keeping pace. And that to us is just crazy because we shape so much of what is being consumed in the world, and we set that standard. And obviously, others are guilty of it too, but when we're responsible for so much of the consumption, I think a lot of the onus is on us to get our house in order because we push so much of it out.
Yeah.
And, I think, especially, looking at both of you, it's an inspiration. I think we're all trying to navigate what's next for us in corporate America. And so it's really important to see someone reaching those goals, what you feel is your path in terms of your career. And, I have a quote from Bonin Bo, and it's, "As you rise, you must send the elevator back down." And your book truly opens the elevator doors. You're showing others how to double down on themselves. Can you give an example of a pivotal moment in your career when someone sent that elevator back down for you?
We stay on that elevator, Danya.
Yeah.
So, you know, first double down, you know, that's when you go all in, when you know you have that calculable advantage. It's banking on the edge that you've got. And I think we probably both have many examples. I'll go quick with one and then Net, you can give one. Okay. But I think
she's always the boss, as you guys can see.
Even though she's 5 minutes older. So she always tries to go first, but I'm going to go first this time. So for my example is we're firm believers in sending the elevator back down, because once you reach a level, it's our duty to keep sending that elevator and to, you know, put our hand back down and help bring others up with us. So for me, when I think I've experienced it is when Russell said, yes, I will give you the capital so that you can become an entrepreneur and start your own business. And he gave me the funding. But then I think another time was when Christy Hawbegger, who used to be at CAA, and Talitha Watkins, who used to be at CAA, when they introduced me to Will Packer, because Will Packer was who I call the $1 billion man, because he has, amassed $1 billion in the box office, because he has 10 number one films in the box office. You guys might know him, Girls Trip and Ride Along, Straight Outta Compton, and a slew of other, number one films. But basically, he acquired narrative. So, like, if you guys think about it, I'm a Black woman, obviously, who raised capital from a Black man, and a Black man acquired my company, and 2 women of color made that acquisition happen. So this is a rarity, and this needs to become the norm.
I just got chills again.
And this needs to become the norm, because this is how we build generational wealth. Because this is how we stop that massive leakage. I don't know if you have seen that thing that's been going around about our money in our communities, right? So currently a dollar circulates in the Asian communities for a month, in Jewish communities for 20 days, white communities for 17 days.
But the scary thing is how long it circulates in the Black community.
6 hours. So African-American people are buying $1.1 trillion worth of things, and yet only 2 cents of every dollar an African-American spends in this country goes back to Black-owned businesses. That's absurd. So we as a culture need to do better at helping to raise each other up and give each other opportunities, so we keep building that generational wealth, so we can stand the test of time and be able to give that to our kids, and Denia to your kids, and then your kids do that for their kids. This has to be a system that we put in place. Sorry.
Well, please stay there. I was hoping you could share just one of your personal experiences. I know Trisha led, but we're really excited to just hear one of yours as well.
Yes, for me, I have a couple too, and I'll give 2 quick ones. One stands out when I first decided to pivot from being a producer after 12 years. And I was focused on going into the branded entertainment space. And the only real experience I had in that arena was producing integrations when I was on the Tyra Banks Show. So I started setting up all these meetings at advertising agencies and branded content studios. And one advertising agency in particular, I went in and met with the head of their brand studio, and we really hit it off, but the salary just wasn't there. I was 100% ready to take a pay cut, because obviously I was doing this pivot, but a girl still has to live. So I had to be realistic of what I was able to do. So after that interview, even though we vibed, I made it clear to her I didn't think I could accept a job for that pay. She, unbeknownst to me, went and sent my resume to MSLO, Martha Stewart's company, because she knew they were looking for someone with my type of experience. 2 weeks after I met with her, I got a phone call from Martha's company calling me in for an interview. I ended up getting that job, and that was my entree into branded integrations. So if it wasn't for that woman who had the foresight, had just the open heart. And at that time, I was super vulnerable, so unsure about who I was and where I was going since I was in that transitional stage. So for her to do that for me gave me so much hope and helped me on this new journey that I'm on now. And then leading to that, when I interviewed at CBS, they took a chance on me. I had 12 years of production experience and not even a year of branded content.
And 2 Emmys.
Oh yeah, and that's it.
Yes.
And only, not even a year of branded content experience, but Joanne Ross, Jared Zerman, Linda Renee, they saw something in me and they gave me an opportunity. So I still thank them till this day. I call Joanne my fairy godmother mentor. She's always looking out for me, all of them for that matter. So that elevator is brought down to me on a daily basis at CBS. So I'm super appreciative of that.
And then we pay it forward over and over for those same reasons.
Yeah.
That's an incredible stories. I mean, in terms of, I think oftentimes we see strong women, in leadership roles and, at times you can almost get defeated or say like, wow, it was so easy for them, and how can I get there? Because it feels so challenging. But I mean, clearly there are some challenges along the way, and it's great that you have stories where we're seeing that people saw something in you. Can you speak a little bit to some of those challenging moments? I know, I have them every once in a while as I'm homeschooling now. So, I might crawl in a little corner and say, oh, what's going on today? But, we always overcome them. Can you give an example of a challenging moment that you had in your career that you were able to overcome?
So I would say for you that ageism when you were at, you want to speak to when you were pivoting. Yeah. So also, I guess one of the more challenging, which leads to something what I brought up a bit earlier, was when I was pivoting. Like I was just so scared of leaving something that I knew and felt so safe in. And in production, diversity is welcome because you're a storyteller. So you need to hear diverse stories from different people to share that. And going into more of a corporate America, I was worried how that transition was going to be for me. So I think, as a Black woman, that's always going to be in the back of your head. I don't lead with that as something that's going to hold me back, but it was definitely something I was worried about. And, I had to figure out how I was going to get there on my own, but with the support of, the team at CBS and obviously my friends and family, and also having the confidence knowing I was going to be able to deliver what I came here to do. So I think if you remind yourself and you're self-aware of who you are and what you bring to the table, and also make yourself indispensable. In any job I've ever been in, that's the lens I look through when I'm trying to activate where I'm going. So if you can be indispensable, no one's ever going to get rid of you and you're always going to continue to rise. So even if you feel like you're losing it or you don't have a grasp on something, I think you need to remember that.
And for me, I've experienced everything from, ageism to bias. But I think my biggest challenge was when I moved from being an intrapreneur to an entrepreneur. That startup life is no joke because there is no blueprint, right? We talk so much about how Double Down was this roadmap and blueprint. With a startup, everything is free game. And I was just creating, I was doing things I had never done before. So, and I had no guidance. Even though Russell gave me the seed capital, I had no one riding shotgun with me. So there was no one to bounce off ideas. There was no one I could bounce ideas off of besides Antoinette. And I never wanted to make people I didn't want anyone to see me sweat. And I think I thought to myself, oh, I'm an entrepreneur. I'm my own boss. But being an entrepreneur, you have so many more stakeholders you have to appease. I had to appease my investors. I had to appease the client because I was an agency. I had to make sure my teams felt good because they were leaving the big box agencies to come work for me. So I had a lot of people that I was indebted to and had to make sure that I was responsible for. So that level of responsibility and the challenges of making sure I could make payroll, I could deliver for the clients, I could deliver a culture that I had sold my team members. So I would say that was probably the most challenging. And then the moments when I couldn't make payroll, that was challenging. So that could probably lead to a whole nother session. So we'll do that for another day.
Well, I have a few questions popping into the chat. So let me just go ahead and just go in order. There's so much exciting stuff here. Do you feel, oops, it's jumping around on me. Let's see. When you feel like you're repeatedly not being heard by your management because you're one of a few that have the courage to be vocal, what suggestions do you have to help communication among colleagues and management?
So I think when that has happened to me, the approach that I take is I sit back, I would put it in writing, and figure out what parties I need to bring to the table to have an open dialogue. And I always say to myself, who in the organization is the OG? Like, who's the OG that kind of knows where all the bodies are buried, who can help
Bring everyone together.
help kind of rally this conversation? Who's the influencer within the organization who has that wide sphere of influence, who can help bring the minds together as well? And then who's that disruptor that can also help
Navigate and be an evangelist.
So I think it's figuring out kind of those three archetypes that
You can get on your side and on your team so you can have that dialogue.
That's usually what I've done is seeking counsel from those three types of archetypes, and then kind of laying out my plan, putting it in writing, and then getting people in a room and kind of communicating what my grievances are and coming in with what I think ideally what my solution is, and then hearing from the other side as well.
You mentioned earlier being sent away to a Jewish camp. How do you encourage other minorities who have not been exposed and encourage others to explore others' cultures and lifestyles to just summon the courage to find champions and act on that change too?
Well, I think in the world that we live in now, obviously we're in a virtual world. We have so much more access to things that we wouldn't have back in the day when we were growing up. And I think it's easier and more not as scary and crazy. It's a little bit more disarming because you have the screen there. So I think it's exploring TED Talks and really understanding different cultures and getting a sense of other communities and what's out there. I think even exploring things like this and meeting new people and being open to hearing their experiences.
Yeah, I think it's just putting yourself out there and walking before you run. So everyone has a different appetite for these things, and you have to move at your own pace. But I think it's about making sure that you at least start taking those steps
to get there.
We also have some great questions, I guess, just in terms of an update for you both. Trisha, the question is, what exactly are you doing now in terms of what's the next step in being an entrepreneur? And then Antoinette, does your company offer internships within your specific group?
Yeah, so
Trisha's not doing anything right now. No, I'm kidding.
I imagine that. So after the company was acquired, I stayed on for 2 years as part of my agreement. So at the end of last year, I hit my earnout and all those amazing things. So I'm still consulting and advising for WP Narrative and WPM. And then I'm also consulting and advising for Fortune 500 companies, which is amazing. I am also on Discovery's new show, I Quit, which is a show about 6 entrepreneurs that basically say, I quit, to leave their day jobs to follow their entrepreneurial dreams. And I'm one of the mentors on there, along with Debbie Sterling and Harley, who's the president of Shopify. So that's on Discovery. So that's amazing. In addition to that, Answer and I are also working on a new double down project platform that is super exciting. And hopefully we'll be able to share more about that in the coming months. And then I'm also in the process of writing my new business plan for what my new business will be next year.
Oh, that's so much. Thank you. And Antoinette, are there any internships available in your group?
Yeah. So the group I work for at CBS is the IMAX group, which is an amazing group. It's a branded content group, and it's a lean, mean machine of all women and one feisty male, Alex. So it's a great group, and Linda, who leads the group, she's been a huge advocate for paying it forward and getting a lot of younger people into our group. So yes, we do have internships. Actually, this past summer, even in the COVID world, we were able to have 2 interns who did everything virtually. They were amazing. They were adapted to our new working style. So yes, there are definitely internships available. So you guys should go on to CBS and HR and be able to navigate that.
Thank you. We have, I guess this question is just a little more, it's a bit personal, but I guess it's more in terms of how you're applying your work. What trends in consumer behavior are particularly important to you? I know sometimes we're looking at marketing just overall, we think of culture, diversity, but I guess is there something in particular that's happening that you're personally connected to at this point?
Trends in consumer behavior. Yeah, I think one thing actually, there are so many. One project, a few clients that I'm working for now, we've been leaning heavily into these culture codes to basically highlight just that, trends that are happening, especially within the new American mainstream and that minority majority, and looking at what they're doing that's different from kind of the general market. One thing that I'm really looking at now is not only what the American mainstream is doing, but how brands can really step up and integrate and interact with them. So one trend that I'm really looking at too is equity building, right? And how brands are looking or should be looking to build more equity with the newer American mainstream cohort that transcends just a transaction. So to me, that's one big area that I've been really focusing on. I think the other thing that I've been looking at too is data, right? In general, when we look at behavior, so many data knows all about data. It's data. And this is the perfect thing, right? I think oftentimes, because we have so much access to data, people think they become experts at having a level of understanding of what's really happening in the world. And I think what the data lacks is empathy and cultural intelligence. So we all have access to data, but you also then have to know what to do with that data. So that's what I've been doing a lot with some of the clients that I've been working with, being able to take that data and adding kind of that heart and soul to it, and that empathetic lens and that level of cultural intelligence, and breaking that down to some key trends and insights.
Well, ladies, this has just been an incredible conversation. I wish we weren't running out of time, but we are. I have one final question, which is, We're looking at your book, Double Down, Bet on Yourself and Succeed on Your Terms. Where can we find it? Where can we hear from you again? Speaking engagements, how can we reach both of you?
So Double Down is available everywhere books are sold. So if you don't have it yet, you guys should pick up a copy for sure. And then in terms of just what's going on with us, our Instagram account. So I'm Nette, NETTE_Clark. And CLARKE. And then I'm Tricia 002, TRICIA 002. And then also info on doubledownbook.com.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much, Antoinette and Tricia, for sharing your journeys with us. I know your paths are inspirational. Your book is definitely going to help pave the way for the next generation of diverse men and women. So thank you for an exciting session.
Thanks, Danya.
Thanks. For our next session, we have a fireside chat with Aaliyah Kemet. Aaliyah is the Vice President of Creative and Digital Communications at McCormick Company. Her team is responsible for digital strategy, content, creative campaigns, CRM, own platforms, social media, and emerging technology across McCormick's portfolio of brands. She has launched McCormick's first in-house creative content agency, McCormick Studios, and introduced a transformative approach to digital and creative development for McCormick. Carl Fremont, Chief Executive Officer of Quigley Simpson, will be moderating this session. Welcome to the stage, Aaliyah and Carl.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And hi, Aaliyah. Want to make sure you have your video on. There we go. Good to see you. Thank you.
Hi.
And very excited about the session, and it was great to get to know you a little bit more yesterday.
Yeah.
I'd love to start out, you have such a really interesting, great background starting at Howard University, and the internship, which was very unique that you had there. I'd love for you to talk to our listeners about your experience getting started in the industry, starting from Howard University and your internship.
Yeah, I'm happy to do so. I think when I think about my time at Howard 20 plus years ago, it was very instrumental, I think, in the marketer and the corporate professional that I've become today. And one of the things that was really interesting about my internship, and when Carl and I were talking about this, we were saying how important it is to get experience when you're really young. And I had very unique experiences. I was a Nike student rep on campus. So there were 20 Nike student reps across the country, and our responsibility and our job was to really, and it was actually a job to market Nike locally and on your campus. And so I did that at Howard. And it was really awesome because I did that for, it was actually almost 2 years. And I also, through that opportunity, had the really cool opportunity to become the first Nike intern to the Women's National Basketball Association during the inaugural year of the WNBA. So Nike always committed to supporting women, right, and supporting women in sports, sent interns to all of the different teams. And I went to Houston and I was with the Houston Comets during the inaugural season, and we won that year. And it was a really great opportunity as well.
Did you, before Nike and even after Nike, was it your intent to get into advertising, marketing? How was your path from the internship you had into the marketing business that you're in?
Yeah, it's so funny because I think that internship really set me on the road. I was a communications major, and I always thought I was going to be like on the news, or I was going to be a reporter, and so I was probably going to go a little more hardcore PR versus the advertising side. But really having that opportunity and going to Nike's campus really on a consistent basis. And learning from the best kind of brand marketers and brand storytellers, it was really like having a whole nother, getting like another degree is what it really felt like, right? Because you're actually, in meetings with global brand marketers and being taught things as a student.
And that really set me on the path. And I think at that point, I knew I wanted to go into advertising. And I think it was just kind of a matter of getting there. I leveraged those opportunities very early on for some of my earlier jobs and interviews. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was also a communications major.
Yeah.
Not many, and many people
And look
were.
at us.
Yeah, look at us. And many people who are communication majors aren't always sure where they want to go.
Yeah.
You know, it's part in communication. So we're lucky to have you in the advertising marketing part of communications and business. And you were early in as an intern. 20 years ago, there weren't as many internships, and students weren't as thoughtful as you were about starting your career really in college, in school. What advice would you give to young people today, especially from a multicultural, diverse background, of getting into the industry?
Yeah. So I'll start out by saying I started working when I was 14. My kids are in the back, like, it doesn't matter. Every time this happened, the last time I was on Brand Innovators, I threaten, I do whatever, and they still find a way to get in this screen. So, you missed the child that just walked behind me. Okay. So to answer your question, I started working, and I worked very early, and I think those Gen Xers, I'll talk to that are watching can relate to this. We went to work. We were latchkey kids, and we went to work. And I went to work at 14, and I was that person who had also a unique first job. I worked in a stock room hanging up clothes, but then I said, no, I want to dress the windows. So I convinced the people at the retail store to let me dress the window, to teach me to dress windows, which is what I believe is when I really first learned about targeting, right? Because you have to really understand targeting in order to dress the window. So I was doing window dressings at 14 and 15 years old. And so, what I would say to young people today is develop your work ethic early. I think that working is like a muscle, and you have to be able to come to work with all of yourself and put all of you into it. And what I find is that a lot of young people who haven't had to work, when the work comes on them, they're like, oh, wait a minute, we're still in it. So I would say develop the muscle. I also think the importance of finding and starting looking for those internships, those opportunities, and then even, for our early grads that might be, tuning in very early on, and to be creative about what you might be able to do, or what you might, how you can intern. When Nike said, do you want to go to Houston? That's the opportunity we have for you. You have to be able to drive, because obviously Houston is a huge Houston, right? The traffic is crazy, especially back then. And I did not know how to drive. And I didn't have I knew how to drive. I didn't have a license. And I said, sure, I've got a license. I've got that. Didn't at the time, but I did. I was on, back then it was MapQuest. There were no cell phones. It was, you were just had to be gritty. And I think I would say to anybody who's trying to break in, you gotta be gritty. And especially if you're a person of color. And I hate to kind of bring this whole, you've heard this mantra, okay, if you're a person of color, if you're a Black person in particular, you've got to work harder than the next person. This is true. In my experience, this has been the truth. So I come to the table with, my goal is to always win against myself. I have really, really, really high standards. I want to always be like that person who came in and did something no one else did before, completely transform business results. I'm not looking at, oh, what's the next campaign? I'm looking at how can what I do at this company drastically impact business results so that we sell stuff, and that's what I do, and make more money. That to me is the end goal. And I think that having all of that kind of as your perspective when you're looking for opportunities and being gritty is really step one. And then the last thing I'll say, is to not be afraid to ask for what you want. And as you're meeting people and networking with people and setting up meetings with people, I think that the people who have done that with me and I have done that with, I've seen where opportunities can really be made. You're not afraid to say, hey, can I get 15 minutes with you? Can I get 20 minutes with you, and having a conversation? But when you do that, you have to know, you have to have something to talk about, right? And you have to have something to ask for and something to offer. And I find oftentimes people are asking for your time. You give them your time and you're sitting there like, why am I here? They don't know what they want to ask you for. They don't know what they're offering. And then there's this disconnect and this a missed opportunity. So that's probably a lot, Carl, but those are the kind of initial things that come to mind.
That's absolutely great. And I'm taking away a lot from it. I love this notion that you said of being gritty.
Yeah.
Get down there and almost be real. But I like to use the phrase offer a present. You said, give them something.
Yeah.
And every time I'm in a meeting, I always think, what is it that I'm going to be giving? What's the present? Not the physical, but what am I giving? And I think that notion of being gritty. I also love what you said about developing your muscle. I wrote that down. Everybody else write that down, because I think that's another great point.
And we're always doing it, right? Like, I may seem like, oh, she's just talking, we're always doing it. I'm still doing it. We're doing it now because we're in a pandemic. So it's like, okay, we got to start this thing every single day over and over again. Be excited, be energized, right? In this new space. And you're like, that's distance learning happening. So how do now I've got to develop my muscle a little bit differently, right? And, but you can't.
But it's ongoing. As you said, it's ongoing. And is that, advice that you're giving the people who work with you, the young people who are working with you today, who I believe are very fortunate to work with you?
I have a lot of young people who work with me. I like young people. I like all of us. I do. But I think that especially in the digital space, many of the roles that I have, I often have people reach out to me about roles. Most of my roles are entry-level roles. So we hire people and we train them and we teach them and they teach us, right? But I try to lead by example. I try to be a motivation and an inspirational leader. I do give people that advice about, continuing to develop themselves and also your own personal PR. So that's kind of also one of the things I tell people who may work in my organization. So what are you in particular? What is your, thinking about, okay, what is the next 5 years going to look like for you personally? What is the next 10 years going to look like for you? And then when you're in a room, what do people want? What do you want people to know about you? How do you leave an impression? Because oftentimes if you're, in your first couple of years out the door, maybe you're not talking in the meeting, but there's a moment someone's going to ask you a question, or there's a moment when you do have something to offer it. You're not there to just sit there. You're there to give something. And so I encourage that often. Mm-hmm.
That's another thing I wrote down. You give me a lot of nice things to write down about developing your own PR and be your own advocate and make sure that people understand what you're contributing. Speaking about your team at McCormick, how do you go about ensuring that the team is made up of multi-diversity backgrounds?
Mm-hmm.
Because that is so important, because we're obviously marketing in a multi-dimensional, multicultural society. How do you at McCormick ensure that?
Yeah, so Carl, start by saying I've been at McCormick a little over 3 years. When I started, there were less than 10 people on my team, and now we have a team of 50.
Wow.
So the team has grown significantly over the past, 3.5 years. You heard we launched an internal agency. There's a lot of really great things that we're proud of. But one of the things I'm proud of is not just, I really believe that having diversity at the table will make for better communication, better creative, better work. And that is ethnic diversity, that is religious diversity, that is whether you're older or you're younger, that is making sure are there LGBTQ people who are being represented. Like I truly believe that when you have representation, and that it's our job and it's my job as a marketer who is focusing on North America food brands, like everybody eats, to make sure that we're taking everyone into consideration. So as we looked to start growing, first of all, I came there were some phenomenal people in place. And so I took care of those amazing people who were in place. Because that's what you do, right? And you give them something else really exciting also to want to grow with you. But then as we're bringing people in, I'm not the one hiring everybody, right? Because I have people who report to me, people who report to them. So oftentimes I'm the grandfather in the hiring process. I don't know if that's right to say that. We should.
You're the wise experience.
Yeah, but we can deal with that in another conversation, that term. Regardless, so when you have that, you have to make sure that you bring everybody along with you, or you have to hire everybody yourself, which, I mean, somebody who's reporting to you doesn't want you doing all their hiring for them. I mean, that doesn't feel good. So we have very honest conversations about diversity in our group, and our group has been predominantly white and has not so much so anymore. It's still predominantly, but I feel like we're really nicely diverse. And we have very nice, I feel really good about the representation. But what I did was I looked at what are the company goals, and I said, oh my gosh, we have these great company diversity goals, and every company doesn't have this, but my company, McCormick and Company, they do. Goals for ethnic diversity by a certain year and goals for diversity with women. And then I looked at that and I said, well, we're really over-indexing with women, which is kind of no surprise in our field, right? But we were really not meeting ethnic diversity. And so that's what we talked about as a team. And we talked about how do we get there? And there was some really, I mean, I'm not going to say it was a comfortable conversation because it wasn't, but it was one that was worth having. And it's what's so interesting is we had this conversation prior to, really like this kind of, true kind of awakening we're having in the country with the Black Lives Matter movement. And we had it before then. And when someone on my team said to me, I'm so proud that we did this work, and it was one of, my coworkers who is white. She said, I'm really proud that we did this work before, because we are digital, we are social media, we were more prepared than we would have been, right? To be responsive and to not just get kind of shook, as marketers. And so we had the conversation to understand the importance of diversity, but also to say, we are going to hire people who are from different backgrounds. We're going to have a strong and significant diverse makeup in our organization.
Well, congratulations on having that conversation. It's
more than one conversation.
Yeah, it takes a while, and even unconscious bias. And I don't know if McCormick has done any training around that, but it's good to even examine the unconscious bias that lives within many of us, really unconscious. And so, but I applaud you and McCormick for having those often uneasy conversations, but they have to be had. And it's not only representing the diversity of the market, but giving everyone an opportunity, a career opportunity. And that's what is so special of what you've done. And speaking of McCormick and representing multicultures, I know McCormick has done a number of things from a product side, which is very interesting to address different ethnic groups, because after all, you're a part of everyone's lives every solitary day, because everybody is eating every day. And McCormick has definitely addressed that multi-dimensional, multicultural ethnic group and products. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think that's a really good one, Carl. How many of us eat from different countries, right? And whether it's because we visited another country or because we went to different restaurants or because our friends are from other places. So there's the people who are of a culture, obviously, and maybe you are Jamaican or you are, from China, and you have your certain traditional dishes, but then you also eat food, that is very American. And it goes the other way around too. So, as Americans, I think we're eating and we're being influenced more than ever. And we've got a ton of data on that we're being influenced more than ever by the different cultures around the world with what we choose to eat. I mean, you can think about things like, arepas, like people didn't even know what an arepa was, or a pupusa But now there's this like more awareness, and these are things you can get on mainstream menus. And you see, oftentimes it starts in the restaurant industry, which we do flavor as well, and moves to in-home. But it's our job to show up for flavor for everybody. And I think that we've done a really good job of that. I think that when we're looking at recipes and we're making an Indian recipe, we might call it Indian influenced, because is it authentically Indian? Probably someone from us, might not think so. So I think you have to be really careful about how you borrow from and leverage all of these cultures, because it brings a lot to humans, but at the same time, you don't want to take away from someone's particular culture. You want to celebrate it. And I think that is the way that we at McCormick look at it. How are we celebrating the way people eat from all around the world, and how are we bringing those flavors and those options to everyone? So that's kind of
I love the notion that you said that you're bringing it to everyone.
Yeah.
And so, thank you and congratulations to McCormick for doing that and introducing us. And I'm a foodie and a cook, so I will tell you that. And I spent a lot of time on the spice aisle, and I look for different flavors. And thank you to McCormick for bringing us the flavors of around the world, especially today.
I just thought of something. One really good way that I think we can do it that feels more authentic is, everybody's got these influencer programs. We've really tried to lean into influencers, especially during the pandemic time, as we're, everybody's going live and doing things differently. How do we make it so that we're looking at leveraging and working with influencers on a regular basis, and influencers from different cultures and different backgrounds? And it's not, we only need to, we're only going to have a Hispanic influencer because it's Hispanic Heritage Month. No, we can have Hispanic influencers year round. And we should, right? And we should have people who are in culture Hispanic on our team as well. And so those are the types of things that we try to do, not because I don't believe that you have to be of that nationality or of a culture to market to that culture. I don't believe that. I think that we all, can still, if marketing is something that you learn and that you can learn based on insights and targeting to do that. But there's a special nuance that comes from really being from that. And I think that getting as close to it as possible authentically is a benefit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, thank you for what McCormick is doing to introduce us to this. I'd love to explore a little. You've talked about the always connected cook.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so people are really, if you think about where you get your recipes from, I mean, when I was younger, I got them from my mom, like literally, or they were written down or they were in a book. But now, cooks are always connected. So you're constantly not just getting recipes, but getting inspiration. So you may see something on somebody's Instagram feed, or now, with TikTok, right? And there's so much great TikTok inspiration. And one thing I saw that I thought was super interesting was the tiny pancakes. That was like this trend on TikTok where they were making these like penny-sized pancakes, and it was pancake cereal. And like, who would have thought of something like that? But these are cooks, and they're coming from all walks of life, and you're cooking more because of this inspiration, that is coming through our phones and through our digital experiences. So, I think, we've really tried to do things like launch, we have a flavor maker app. Our app not only just helps with, you can do meal planning, you can organize your spice rack in your pantry and know what's in there. You can search for recipes or videos, but really being able to bring this kind of inspiration, education, and engagement to a consumer through their connected devices is something that I'm personally, and our team is really passionate about, and doing it in culture, like doing it in a way that matters, because we have our ear to the ground and we know these are the things that people care about. You know what? People are making pancake cereal. Okay, pancake cereal video recipe up, ready to go on the site, on the TikTok, on Instagram in just, less than 48 hours. This is the way we have to move at this, today.
Well, you're certainly making me hungry. I have to.
Well,
eat it.
that's the downside though of working from home. I have to cook for myself because we've got really great food at McCormick.
Oh, I know, I'm sure. You mentioned about multi-devices
Yeah.
and being connecting to this always on connected cook content, and you've been a big champion of producing content is a big part of it.
Yeah.
And adapting to the different multi-channels that are out there. How is your team thinking about content and production of content?
Yeah, you mean kind of given the pandemic or in
Yeah.
general? Yeah.
Well, both in general, and given that it's not easy to do production today, and it's been a big part, from what I understand, of your strategy, marketing strategy
Yeah.
at McCormick.
It has been. I'll just say about 75 to 80% of our content is produced in-house. So this is when you think recipe content, social content, digital content, really anything in the bottom of the funnel, all retail content, Amazon A+ content. So a really significant amount of our content is produced in-house. I'm a strong believer in the importance of the fact that food should look appetizing. That's like half of what we're doing is making the food and look appetizing. And I found that we do it better than most in our in-house at McCormick Studios. So when everything shut down, I said, grab the lights, grab the pans, literally, and people took things home. And we were, yes, absolutely. And we were producing content in less than 48 hours, new content. And we were looking at search data. And so, and at that time, literally every single day, right, the search data is changing because people can't find flour. So they don't know, they can't get bread. So then they're trying to make it, so we can tell you how to do that. Then they don't know how to make it from, they're trying to make it from scratch. They want to flavor it. They want things to taste differently. They're cooking from their pantries because they don't want to go out. So we, could tell you how to cook for your pantry. And what we did was we had our food stylist actually cook from her pantry, and she was going live on Instagram, and we were putting up those recipes. And these are things we had talked about doing for a long time. And I think, I'm sure, Carl, you know this. I know your agency's done the same thing where there were things you talked about doing, but it was like, okay, now let's like go time, and you just do them and you do them faster, and it's not 20 meetings. And that's what it was. And I'm a big believer of hiring the right people and trusting them and giving them the license. And we have turned out some of our the highest performing content that we've ever made from home. Now we're back in the studio. Studio is open, and we have are taking really significant precautions as it relates to the coronavirus. And every now and again somebody's on because they decided to travel. And our guys in the studio are so they're strict. Like, we know you were traveling, like you're not coming in, so we've been very good. We haven't had any incidents at all in our studio. And so we are still making content. And then I'll say we've shot a few spots very recently with two of our agencies of record. So we work with Fitzco on French's, and we shot a really great green bean casserole. You'll see it come out soon for Thanksgiving spot. We just did that one very, very recently remotely. And then we shot some really great work for Frank's with Gray, and that was also a remote shoot as well. And then there were a few things we tweaked in editing because it was like, we had work that we would be running, say for instance, for holiday, that we thought felt maybe a little tone deaf now, given where we are. And so we were able to edit and not have to do a new shoot.
Great. Well, we have a little bit of time, and there's some people who are asking questions. So I want to make sure we get to them. What trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you and marketers now, and how are they consuming media differently?
I think something that's really interesting is how families are developing meal planning together based on their own what they're being influenced by. So we're seeing this a lot where if you think about like someone like Tabitha Brown, who's recently blown up, on TikTok and now obviously on Instagram too, who is actually my age, but my daughter told me about, or like, you know, a lot of the Gen Zers are really, really aware of, and she resonates with them. And so you're seeing this like cross-generational engagement that's happening in the digital experience, and it's coming out in food, because now you've got younger folks who want to try mushrooms or in a different way because you know they've seen them done like this, or oh, tell me about that Gouda cheese. What do you know about Gouda cheese? You know, these are things that they're seeing, and I don't know if it's because we're all in the house together, but I think that there's this really looking at how generations are developing their recipes and developing food choices together is something that I'm seeing right now as a trend. And then the other one, and I talk a lot about food, is plant-based. And I think there's a huge plant-based trend right now. And you're not just seeing it at home, you're really, and this is what's so interesting, you're seeing it in fast food significantly, right? And you're seeing it, and it's so accessible. And so that is a very interesting trend. And we support our flavor solutions business as well, so that we are looking at leveraging, I mean, we're a flavor company. So if you think about, I can tell you tofu does not taste good with no seasoning.
I will attest to that too.
Right? So how do you look at a lot of the plant-based either companies or plant-based trends as it relates to vegetables and different types of protein to flavor your food is something that's definitely happening right now, and that we're particularly interested in. So what you'll be seeing, a lot of our content, I think we're making on for YouTube, there's some really interesting plant-based recipes that are going to be coming out soon to really help speak to that interest.
I can't wait for that, because I jumped on that plant-based bandwagon, and I feel better actually eating a lot more plant-based. But you're right, it does need some flavor. So yeah. I'm looking forward to that. There's another question that's come in. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose? I mean, it's interesting. And how does that impact the approach that you're taking to marketing, brand purpose?
So I love that question. I was watching the keynote this morning, and I took a screenshot of it. I love the saying that I saw. I had never thought about it this way. And she said, Gen Z doesn't care about your statements. They want your anti-racist action. And I love that for a couple reasons, because I think there's a shift that's happening in purpose right now because of what's happening in the world. I have always thought that purpose was super important, have worked for companies, and now definitely at McCormick and also at IKEA, that were super purpose driven and always had a purpose mission. And I think, have always been focused on how do we bring in purpose seamlessly into the work that we're doing. Because the company and how you're serving the community or how you're showing up in the community has to match. But I think that in prior to, I would say, the moment in time we're having now, you could do that differently. You could do that by giving back and by paying some money, right? And by volunteering, and these are all super great things, and companies should do them, and we do, and we should all keep doing them. But I think that the younger generation is calling for a different level of action, but I don't think it's just the younger generation. I think that we are too. And I think that's what we're seeing. And so I'm not going to say that we figured out as a company. I don't think that the industry's figured it out. Like, how are we going to actually respond to that? And what does that mean for the next kind of 1 to 3 years? But I do know that we need to do the things that are right. And some of those things are the things we've been doing, giving back. I know that when we first hit, the pandemic first struck, and we were going to do this big taco activation before that, we were like, and then this happened. I'm like, well, we just can't be out here peddling our tacos. Like, it would seem quite insensitive. And we ended up doing a really cool Instagram live opportunity of tacos together to bring people together to donate $1 million to No Food Hungry. And we worked with Drew Barrymore, who was like this amazing brand ambassador for us. And that, really to me, that was a real step in how can we we repurposed what we were going to do to support people who were suffering from food insecurity at a time when they needed it most. So that felt like action to me. I can't say I have all the answers, but I think that was a good example of what action looks like and where I would want to continue to move my team and where I have the ability to influence.
So what you're saying is it needs to feel right for consumers, for people, and right for the brand. It has to be the right fit, but the notion of purposeful marketing is something that many companies are adopting. There's no single answer. It has to feel right for the brand and feel right for the consumer.
Absolutely. And I think it should be action oriented. You know,
yes.
I think those companies
get involved.
You got to get involved and you have to be willing to take a stand, whether it's one everyone agrees with or not. You have to stand somewhere.
So I have a forward-looking question. It's get out your crystal ball. It's October 2021, a year from now. What have we taken away from the situation we're in that you want to continue moving forward? You talked a lot about production and how that was, and content creation, how that was really turned upside down, but you took the best of the situation and went with it. In a year from now, when we're out of where we are, what would you hope to take forward?
Speed. I want to continue to move with speed. I think things happen too quickly that oftentimes brands take a long time catching up. And I don't want to go back to that. I want to be able to make quick decisions. I think agility is the thing that has allowed us during these last 6 months to emerge stronger than we were before. So that would be kind of the main thing I want to see. And then just like not being afraid, just curiosity, like relentless curiosity, courage. It's got to be. It's been something that we've leaned into really strong. I don't want things to go back to normal. And then people are like, no, we need 20 meetings now. And there's all, like we can't get back to that.
So speed, agility, I'm even hearing you saying like curiosity in some ways too.
Well, curiosity, I mean, I think I've had folks on the team approach me with ideas. And I said, okay, well, let's try that. There's this notion of do this, maybe you don't make it huge, but what is the smallest executable step? How do we start something and then iterate upon it, right, to make it better? And it's something that people always in theory talk about, but I feel like my team in particular I'm really proud of them. I've got an amazing team, has done a really great job of doing that during this time. And I think I want us to hold on to that. And this is going to sound really sappy, but I think empathy. I think there's a level of empathy that, we've seen, whether it's because, literally there are people who have died, and you are more aware, or whether it's, what's happening, with Black men in America. And, my team has had conversations that once you have these conversations, it's like, you're just closer.
Sure.
It's just, and it's hard at first, but it's worth it in the end. And we did the unconscious bias training, and we're not done. Well, maybe we'll probably do more of that. And so I want to, we're just never done. I think I don't ever want to feel like we're done.
That's a great point. Speaking of the situation with the pandemic, this month or this past month in September, over 617 women left the workforce. Balancing work and home and personal life. You have 4 children. Congratulations on that. And I know it's a challenge, especially working from home. 617 women left the workforce, and not only, but by comparison, 38,000 men. A much larger group of women have left the workforce versus men. What do you think about that situation, about the last thing in our conversation about balancing the personal and the professional?
Yeah, so I find that devastating. I mean, I know everybody has to do what's right for them at the time. I'm a person who firmly believes you can have it all, just maybe not all, right, at the same time. I've personally been willing to, I believe I throw resources at the things that no one can do them like me. And that's at work and at home. And that allows me to be better and stronger and really deliver on the things that are uniquely I have to deliver. I want to encourage women, and, I'll just say, I think we have to take care of caregivers right now, those people who are giving care, whether they have elderly parents or they're, a father or a mother who are at home and in this situation. And so it does break my heart that's happening. And I think that it's kind of on companies. Our company's been talking about this a lot and has put some things in place. It's on some companies to do what they can, right? You can't do everything, but to do what they can, because this is a tough time.
Yeah, and I like what you said about not giving, in our earlier conversation, not giving something up necessarily. It's just how you're prioritizing what you are doing. So I know it's a tough situation. I think we're out of time.
Okay.
It was a absolute pleasure to speak with you, and
You too,
wish you all the luck. And you have a customer for life at McCormick Flavors, and I can't wait to try some of the new flavors that are coming out.
Awesome.
So thank you. It's been a pleasure, and wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you both, Aaliyah and Carl, for joining us today. Carl, as a fellow foodie, I also explore all those new flavors as I walk down the supermarket aisles. And Aaliyah, your remark about bringing flavors to everyone just perfectly speaks to the power of inclusion. So it's just amazing how, food and song and culture can just all kind of pull together in one. So thank you both for taking the time, and we appreciate you participating in the session.
Have a great day.
Thanks. We have a special treat for the next session. We're joined by Mita Malik, the head of diversity and cross-cultural marketing at Unilever. Mita's efforts to build an inclusive culture are being celebrated. Under her leadership, Unilever is gender balanced at manager level and above. Unilever was named the #1 company for working mothers by Working Mother Media in 2018. Mita also co-created the first of its kind cultural immersion series to increase the cultural competency of marketers, training over 5,000 marketers to date. This session will be moderated by Adrienne Smith. Adrienne is the first global director of inclusion and diversity at WPP, the largest multinational communications, advertising, public relations, technology, and commerce holding company. Adrienne is also the founder and visionary of the Cannes Can Diversity Collective, which provides rising stars in the advertising and creative industry the opportunity to attend and participate in the International Festival of Creativity. Following today's fireside chat, Adrienne will give us a short keynote on the topic, so make sure to stay tuned for that. Welcome to the stage, Mita and Adrienne.
Hello.
Hi.
I guess you couldn't see me, but hello, now you can see me. How are you?
Hi, Adrienne. How are you?
I am great, Mita. So I'm excited about this conversation, and we've had a few short combos and preps. So I know we have lots to talk about, lots of insight to give. So I think we should just get going. You've been busy since the last time we had planned on having this talk.
Yes.
So we've had plenty of time to think about it, plenty of time to regroup. So let's get started. I don't think everybody knows the fullness of who you are. So just give us like a quick story about your background. Who are you? Who's your mom and them? All of that. Like tell us more about you.
Well, Adrienne, I'm just delighted to do this conversation with you. So thank you for being here with me. Well, I'll start with Adrienne will laugh, but it is week 31 here for me, yes. Day 4. I'm sure you're all counting, maybe you're not, but I am counting when we started working remotely in this pandemic and parenting, cooking, teaching, all of that. I have a 5 and 7-year-old. We're in Jersey City. We haven't left. We're in 1,500 square feet, holding strong with my partner who's also working full time. So that's a little bit about what we're doing. And, we have this conversation, I know, from a place of privilege because we've got food, we've got shelter, we've got our health, and we have the privilege to actually have this conversation from the comfort of our homes. And so that's where I am pandemic-wise. And a little bit about me, I'm a marketer, I'm a passionate storyteller. I've always been really interested in storytelling. I was the kid who watched commercials instead of shows. I should say, I know people should still be watching commercials, but that was a little bit, I was always interested in storytelling. And I grew up in a time and a place. I'm the proud daughter of Indian immigrant parents. I grew up outside of Boston with my younger brother, and I didn't feel like I belonged in my community growing up. I was bullied a lot, both verbally and physically. And then I also didn't feel like I belonged in the world. And what I mean by that is I didn't feel like there was content or media or products that spoke to me. I read a lot of Essence growing up. I am dating myself, loved Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and Will Smith, but I didn't identify. I identified with the Black community, even though I didn't identify as Black. And so there's probably, if you hear that background about me, you're not surprised where I ended up today.
Yeah, but that speaks to being part of a culture. You know, sometimes there are cultural things that connect us versus what our racial background and how we identify that way. You know, we talked a little bit about, and I want to kind of double down on it because I want to, you know, hear like some of the bullying that you talked about as we talk about inclusion and diversity, and you shared like a very intimate story about, you know, what happened in science class once, I believe. And so till this day, I want you to share that story because we're going to go after whoever did that and create this fight. No, I'm kidding. But share that story so we can talk about sort of what that meant as, you know, an Indian immigrant in Boston. We know what that's like, but how the interaction, the people, the adults around weren't fully engaged. But let's hear that story and we can unpack that a little bit.
Yeah, I was the funny looking dark girl with a funny looking long braid whose parents drove a funny car and they played funny music and they had funny accents until it wasn't funny anymore, right? And that's when I think funny and what you think is a ha-ha joke translates into something darker, which is bullying. And in my case, I was bullied a lot, lots of different instances, but I think, you know, the experience I still carry with me today was intro to physical science class my freshman year, where there were two white boys who had been bullying me for some time. And the bullying that day escalated to them setting my hair on fire in intro to physical science class. And it was interesting because my lab partner didn't speak to me. She didn't like me very much. And that was the first time she spoke and said, your hair is on fire. They had been lighting these matches and throwing them into my hair from behind me. And I think we all have these memories. They're like crucible moments in our life. I feel like I'm transported when I tell that story back to that laboratory. But what I would say to you is, as you were saying, find out where those boys are today. You know, in the years that have passed, I have Googled people like, you know, maybe we do with exes or other people that have passed in our life, passed on through our life. But, you know, my rage or my disappointment and my path to forgiveness, it was all misplaced because I want to know where the parents were, where the teachers were, where law enforcement was, and this translates exactly into what's happening in our organizations today. So if you see something, say something. And as I shared with you, Adrienne, that was the first time in my life someone showed up as an advocate, other than my parents, in the school system where the guidance counselor saw what was going on. I guess figured that I was fast. I'm very uncoordinated, as my husband will attest to, but I'm pretty fast. And so he actually really forced me almost to join the track team. And sports became the great equalizer because all of a sudden I was just fast like everybody else and it was an even playing field. But that was the first time in my life where someone really stood up outside of my nuclear family to be an advocate for me.
You know, you speak about being an advocate and, you know, how that really plays out into real life. And I think it's, you know, super serious that even that point, like you said, is one of those trigger moments in your life that reminds you of something that happened when people could have stood up. That translates to today where things are happening in society and in the workplace where we know people can stand up for you and not be what I call a bystander and watching things happen in an inappropriate way. And I think as we talk about inclusion and diversity in any organization, whether it's marketing, you know, brands, clients, we still see that as it relates to, you know, partners not being promoted, you know, who work with us, people of color, women, who we see injustices that are done within the workplace, but a lot of us don't say anything. You know, and I think I always love to share this quote as it relates to being a bystander, that Sylvia Wagoda, who was a founding executive director of the Georgia Commission on the Holocaust. And she says there are three types of people involved in every atrocity: the perpetrator, the victim, and the bystander. And the worst is the bystander, for they further victimize the victim with their silence while simultaneously giving permission to the perpetrator. So imagine if we had, more people who were not bystanders and who were being more activists, how our worlds could be a lot different, how the inclusive work environment could be different and people would not be left out. So I thank you for sharing that story because it sort of sets the foundation, as it relates to people being left out, not included, and how we can move forward in this space. When I tell that bystander story too, I think about what recently happened as it relates to George Floyd. We had, the perpetrators who were the cops and the victim, George Floyd, but then the world became bystanders to that situation, and we watched it in horror, and that's how we've gotten this momentum now as it relates to inclusion and diversity.
Right.
And there's been a lot of shifts being made, and I know you wrote a great article in the Harlem Business Review, and I'd love for you to just kind of talk about what motivated you to write it, give us some insight on it. You had 6 key questions that you posed to everyone, so you could tell I read that. So let's unpack that article a little bit so people can, number one, go read the article, but number two, kind of get your thoughts on this new direction that we're going on and why it's been so important for inclusion and diversity to be incorporated into organizations.
Well, thank you for reading the piece. It was published in Harvard Business Review. I was really excited to see that they wanted to share the story and my voice. And it was really, the question I'm asking is, do you know why you need a chief diversity and inclusion officer? And actually, Adrian, why I wrote it was because I had so many people in my network reaching out to me just to say, what is your role like at Unilever? We're actually thinking of starting an inclusion office. We're trying to figure out the job description. Do you know anyone who could be a good fit here? And these were like startups, mid-sized, multinationals. And so I wrote the article from that point of view to sort of give people a roadmap as they were going through this work. And I think probably one of the most provocative things I've said, and you could certainly respond onto some of the things you read in the piece, but that if you are creating this role, and if it is 3 levels down from the CEO, and if you are not going to put a budget, and if you're not going to actually, let's say, value me, the person who you're putting into that role with the correct compensation, you should stop the search now. Right. Oh, you're on mute. Oh, I can't hear you. Yes, go ahead. Okay. Yes.
So I didn't want the outside to come in.
No, it's okay.
So let's pose those questions that you actually asked in the article. I'm going to interview you now.
Oh, sure. Okay.
Those questions, why now? That was the first question you asked. Like, why now are people really focused on building inclusion and diversity teams? What did you say about that?
Yeah, and I think it's the why now question is it's okay if it's why now, and it's okay if it didn't happen 2 years ago, because I think people we're all hard on each other, right? We're hard on ourselves. So just start with today and what you're going to do moving forward. I think the best example is Ben & Jerry's, Matthew McCarthy, who's my friend and the CEO there. Ben & Jerry's is phenomenal. We hold it up on a pedestal. Many of us do, but they've been on a journey since the foundation with the Voting Rights Act. That didn't happen overnight. Right. So it's really hard if you start comparing yourselves to a brand or even an organization that's just in a different place, and that's okay. So if you're going to start and if it was because of the George Floyd murder, if it was because of something that's happened internally, it's whatever that catalyst was, it's okay, acknowledge it, own it, and today we start the work.
I 100% agree with that, and that's one of the first steps in sort of doing a great problem solve is identifying and honoring the past, right? You understand the history, you get it straight, and you're able to move forward. So I love that. So then the next question you asked was, what are the job requirements? Once you get these people in, there's this mystery of you get hired, now what?
Yeah, I think that what is it that you expect this person to do? I always say if you expect me or Adrian to show up with a magic wand and fix everything, then again, stop the search. Like that's not, what is it that you want people to be doing? I mean, you have to really look at where you are as an organization on your journey, right? You might want to bring in more Black and brown talent. but do you have the base for an inclusive leadership, a culture that is inclusive? Like, have you done that work? Because what's going to happen is you're going to bring in a lot of great Black and brown talent. But if you haven't done the foundation for leaders to understand what inclusive leadership looks like and what unconscious bias they might be facing, then you actually might just be bringing a lot of people in who might just leave shortly after, right? So I think you have to really think about, like, where are you in your journey? Are you on a hiring freeze? Do you have a business that you're acquiring? Do you have openings coming up? Are you also, and it's not just about hiring, what are the roles that you have open internally or succession planning where there's talent that you need to get sponsors for, and development programs and leadership support to get those individuals to the next level? So I think it requires an assessment, and likely when the Chief Diversity Inclusion Officer arrives, that individual will sort of do that work in a listening tour to understand where you are in your journey.
I love the concept of a listening tour. But when you're doing this listening tour and you see there are some roadblocks and barriers, what do you push back on? You know, if you're in this position, do you,
Right.
you know, recommend, you know, I always use the term purging the system, or do you recommend providing development and training for those people who create barriers for these IND practitioners to succeed? Give us some insight of what you think about that. Is there culture training? What do you suggest?
Yeah, I would say that, you know, a lot of this, one of the premises of when I wrote the piece too, is the C-suite absolutely needs to be bought in, the senior leadership, right? So if that senior leadership team's not bought in, then again, don't post for the role. Don't hire the person, right? Because you're not setting the organization or the person up for success. So listen, I don't believe in cancel culture. I mean, I believe like 98% of people have good intentions and the impact doesn't always land. Now, there's probably, as we know, 2% if we look in the headlines who don't have good intention. And when I say I don't believe in cancel culture, I ask myself the question, what would it like to be canceled if I made a mistake? Because the role of an advocate too, like, you know, being an advocate is, it's going to cost you something. It's not for free. It's going to cost you your pride. You're going to make mistakes. It might cost you your financial or physical comfort. There are all sorts of things that it could cost you. So I think we have to have a path for leaders to learn and to grow, as you're saying, in terms of training and support. But there also has to be sort of a time limit on those things, right? And also, like, if you caught me doing something I shouldn't do and I continue to do it, at some point, we're going to part ways, right? But I think...
Yeah, you have to make that shift, because if you're moving forward, we can't have the roadblockers in place.
You can't.
It further, I guess, you know, taints the system, if you will, and we don't want that at all.
And it's so fascinating because you think about, you know, individuals that I would say bullies thriving in corporate America. And you think about, like, what is it that all the support you want to just protect one person that can really damage and destroy a culture. And, you know, many of us have been reading media headlines as these things have been unfolding. And you're like, wow, it's, you know, just, you know, not always one person, but sometimes if that one person went on to their next chapter, it might be better for the organization.
So we get these inclusion and diversity people in the mix, right?
Right.
What do we do? Like, where do we sit them? Where should they be placed within an organization?
You're really going through the whole article. I'm impressed.
I said I was going to go through the article, and we're going to take these people through it, and you're going to answer the questions, damn it.
I'm here for it. So where do we sit
about,
them? Yeah, I mean, this is
where the people sit in our, but how does it work? Where do they go?
I mean, my premise is it needs to be in the C-suite or one click down, no more than one click down, right? It needs to be either reporting into the chief people officer, chief HR officer, dotted line back to the CEO, or reports into the CEO, dotted line back into the chief people officer. But it cannot be buried. I don't understand if it's 3 or 4 levels down, because then you're not setting up the person for success or the organization. It makes no sense, because this individual has to be at a level where they're in the room when conversations are happening. And I know we'll talk about this, not just about people, but also about the business, right? And who are you choosing to partner with and why? How are your brands showing up in the marketplace? Like, you have to start thinking about everything you do is with the lens of inclusion, and you need that person to have a voice at the table.
Yeah, I think what most organizations historically have been doing is putting the inclusion and diversity department as a separate entity, and they sort of worked in silo versus working in concert, or like you said, reporting directly to the CEO. And there have been questions like, should HR report to diversity and inclusion? Should diversity and inclusion report to HR? Or should they be partners in this journey versus, we'll get to you when, or, who's managing that control? And I think that's where those barriers and blocks have been traditionally. So I love what you're saying. Take a great look, another look at where these IND leaders sit and proposing something different. So you know what the next question is going to be, because I literally am going down there.
I don't know. I don't remember now, but go ahead. You do.
So exactly. So what is, we can't have a successful team without, budget. Is it like an army of one? You hire one, inclusion and diversity leader, and your box is checked, like on to the next thing. Or do they need more?
Yeah, it depends on the size of your organization. If you're any sort of multinational and you have one person, again, don't post the job. Even in my role, and I'm at Unilever, so it's much larger, and we've had the proper resourcing, as do many of my colleagues on this call, and then also at other large organizations. But I don't understand how you want one person to come in and do both the strategic and operational.
Yeah.
It doesn't work.
Right. It's a lot. And again, I think it goes back to being able to create those partnerships, making sure everyone is set up for success and not failure, and allowing them to grow within the organization so everyone has a lens of what inclusion and diversity actually means.
Absolutely. And so I think, as you're saying, you hire the head of diversity, chief diversity officer, you give them the resources to build out a team, but the budget's not just for salary. The budget is also for building partnerships, getting access to pipelines for Black and brown talent, right? Well, thinking about not only from the recruiting piece, but also the leadership and development piece, the training. That's not happening for free, right? So if you also think you're going to hire a chief diversity and inclusion officer and that person's going to do all the training, that's also not going to happen. And that's not also setting the person up for success.
I agree. So we need a budget, we need teams, and we need, I guess, what I call a coalition of willing. It just can't be any folks that are doing it. And I think they also should look differently and be more creative in terms of the types that they actually hire. So let's move to the question. Next question is, the metrics for success. How can you determine that these positions are really a success? How do you know when a team is winning? I know we're all at different points in our journey as it relates to inclusion and diversity. You've got like multiple tiers. I think folks are just getting into it, folks that are in it, not quite doing it right. And there are folks who've been doing inclusion and diversity forever, and yet and still, we're still having this conversation. So, what do you think success would actually look like?
I think you have to think, if I am joining Adrian's company, she's the CEO, she's hired me to be the chief diversity inclusion officer. A year from now, where are we on our journey? What would we want to say a year from now? And I fundamentally believe what gets measured gets done, right? So when I was on Vaseline selling lotion, no one would ever said, sell some lotion to Walmart and see what happens. That's not how it works in business. And so for some reason, we get uncomfortable when we think about human capital and this work. But, if you're an organization that's very far in your journey, or I'd say in a different place, you are measuring all sorts of intersections, right? So you're looking at gender, you're looking at how people identify in terms of their ethnic background, you're looking at if they're a veteran, you're looking at if they have a disability or they feel safe enough to disclose that, right? So you're looking at all sorts of different things. I mean, at Unilever, one of the first things we started to do, which was 10 years ago under Paul Pullman's leadership, was to measure gender, right? So there's workforce representation. There's other things you can be measuring, like attrition. So you could be bringing in women at a strong rate, but not keeping them, right? And people often don't look at that. And then there's other things to look at. How many people are attending trainings? What's the engagement? Having follow-up plans, making sure these things are baked in performance reviews, right? You know, one of the things I'm really passionate about is looking at, you know, what does it mean to be an inclusive leader? And oftentimes thinking about, you know, leadership is often sometimes about managing up, right? So if you had a feedback process that was really less about what my boss thought about me and what do my peers and my team think about me, and what's the attrition rate on my team, right? So what if I run a large organization and over the last 2 years, I've lost like 30, 40 people have left, right? Am I going to be held accountable for that? And sometimes I think when you tie it to pay, that's when people start to think about. But those are things, I think there's, the point being, there's so many things you can measure. And like I said, if we're sitting down and we're saying, hey, I'm joining your leadership team, Adrian, what are we going to say a year from now? I think you start by just picking a few things you want to measure to see what the progress is.
One of the big important things you just talked about is that attrition rate, right? And I think that happens really in the middle. I don't know what you guys call it. Like, is it the forgotten middle, the magnificent
frozen
middle?
I say frozen middles, but yeah.
Frozen middle.
Sometimes, yeah.
You know, you touched on it a little bit, but what else do we need to do? Folks are coming in and leaving. Is it policy? Is it training? What can we do to save that middle? Because that's the, the heart, if you will, of any organization.
I think leaders need to be held accountable on how inclusive of a leader they are. And what do I mean by that? I think there's specific behaviors you have to outline. So if I constantly show up to meetings without my team, presenting my team's work, right? It's a virtual roundtable. Why is it? Why is it that I'm not including other members of my team or giving them the spotlight or support or making sure that they are getting access to different assignments, different opportunities, right? But I also think, exactly as you hit on, this piece on attrition and how happy people are working for me, right? So too often leaders do a really great job of managing up, but what does the actual team think about them? And really, if you think about, if I could even say weighted feedback, right? Like as a part of a process of actually what my manager thinks about me is less important in terms of servant leadership. It's really about what my team and peers think about me. So really looking at that feedback and holding people accountable, right? And at the same time, if I'm a leader who has a really strong track record of promoting people and giving them great assignments, let's also focus on the positive, because this is somebody who's an inclusion champion and is somebody who's a great leader who, as you said, the coalition of the willing, this is somebody I want to let everyone know in the organization that they're doing amazing things.
No, I'm with you 100% on all of that. So we definitely have to pull that centerpiece together. Okay, the final question that you asked in the article was, will the Chief Diversity Officer have influence over products and services that an organization has? Like, is there money attached to it? Is there some financial sense in it? This is the question we're posing.
And I think in this day and age, you can't afford not to. So we talk about inclusion in terms of diversity of thought, which I feel is coded language. It's diversity of thought doesn't happen without diversity of representation. Who gets to sit around the table and why? Are their ideas heard? Are they, is it a psychologically safe place for them to speak up? We get that. We're talking about that. That's fine. But at the same time, the question is, how do your brands and products and services show up in the marketplace? How can those two things be separate? And how can your Chief Diversity Officer not have a say in that? And as we look at like the end-to-end ecosystem, it's about workforce, it's about products and services, how they show up in the marketplace. It is about supplier diversity. So who are you choosing to work with and why? And then I think the final piece is also about the values that you stand up for. You can say you stand for values, but in the moment that is critical, will you stand up for those values as an organization? I don't think you can separate things anymore.
Right. 100%. We're going to be like, I'm your choir. I'm like, 100%. So we have a question from the chat, which is, how do you see your audience demographic expanding to be more inclusive as the industry grows and evolves?
I think it's really difficult. I mean, this is what, I think as we've all seen in marketing and what's happening, continues to happen in the digital space, hyper-personalization, hyper-segmentation, and at the same time, the demographics of the country continue to shift and shift. But I would also say you're leaving money on the table. If you can't think of a authentic, purpose-driven way to connect authentically with the Black community. The Black community being one of many communities, right? And so I think that you also have to have that representation around the table and that voice and really understand that consumer voice as well.
Yeah, I think that's really important, especially if you look at the spending power of these communities, you know, in the $1 trillion range and for any brand. And I think this is, you know, more talking to the choir conversation, but it's still very real. And people have to recognize that money speaks, but are you saying the Black dollar isn't as valued? You should take it, but you're not, you know, doing what you need to do to make sure all those voices are heard at the table. Another question was, how should older brands gracefully enter newer technology spaces? Example, TikTok or esports.
Do it authentically, do it slowly. You know, you don't, like, that's the premise of marketing. You want to be original and different. You don't want to copy what someone else is doing. And I also think if you are an older brand, however you want to define older, and you don't have access to TikTok, find experts who know how to use TikTok, right? I mean, there's so many. There's probably people in your family, right? It doesn't always have to be at work that you're trying to hire somebody who is a TikTok expert. I bet you know people in your personal life who are pretty good at TikTok. I do. I just like to, I'm a voyeur on TikTok. I don't post videos, but I know, but you know, I think that I think too often we think, oh, we got to hire someone to figure out a TikTok. And you likely know somebody in your life who's actually quite good at it.
So how about that? Someone in your family has the transferable skills to help you figure out your digital plan.
Yeah.
All you have to do is ask the question, right? So we have one more question, and it says, when it comes to communicating, and this is focusing on about a brand's purpose. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose, and how does that impact your approach to marketing?
Yeah, I think that as a consumer, I'm voting with my wallet, and I can smell the bullshit. I don't know if I can say that, but there you go. We all can, right? We can all smell it when it's fake, and so it has to be about your brand's gonna say something, but what are you gonna do about it? I think one of the best examples, and we've got so many at Unilever, but what we've done with Dove Men Plus Care and really taking a stand on when dads care, there's a ripple effect on workplaces, workspaces, communities. And so having the Dove Men Plus Care parental leave pledge, and also setting up $1 million fund to say, if your company, wherever you are, does not support and give you enough paid leave, you can apply for a grant where we'll provide you the leave. And then I think it wasn't just in that moment where we launched that a few years ago. You know, just recently, this last Father's Day, we had a campaign called Father's Day Taken. So many Black fathers who have been taken from their families due to police brutality and violence. And to say, we're starting a fund, we're giving X amount, instead of buying a Father's Day card, contribute to this fund. So I think whatever you're going to do in your purpose, you have to show up and say it, but you actually have to do. And there actually has to be a consistent thread, and you have to have enough cultural empathy and competency to see what's happening in the world around you. And so what role does your brand have? Because you might say, all right, Dove Men Plus Care, paternity leave pledge, what role does it have in the world today? It actually has a pretty big role if you are listening to what's happening.
I think we have another question. They keep coming. We've got like this list.
That's fine.
This is a great thing. So the next question, it says, okay, that was about, okay, we have, someone says they were a kid when, I was also the kid and the adult that watched commercials rather than the shows. So we have someone that identifies. Does your company have a ceiling on the age of a woman who wants to transition into the advertising industry, whether it's inclusion and diversity roles or in either of our companies, I guess? No. But since you have the floor, and this woman is.
I mean, listen, I think that ageism is real. Like, we're all facing it. I mean, it's something that we actually don't talk enough about. But I would say that as an employer, we want all different voices around the table. And it's nothing, but it is something that I know that women face in terms of women in particular, I will say, face in terms of bias. And it's something that I'm personally passionate about.
And I think it's really about that inclusive lens that we look at too.
Yeah.
Like, how inclusive are we being? Are we looking at great talent? And I think great talent and great ideas, there is no age limit to that. So coming to the table with that would be amazing. And if there are any blockers who, are not seeing that value, then if they're being true to the culture that, you're creating at Unilever or we're creating at WPP, maybe we have to reevaluate, those people.
Yeah, it's also interesting. I mean, the same goes for not who gets to sit around the table, but the conversation earlier, your content.
Yes,
yeah,
100%. So, thoughts that you want to share as we're preparing to wrap up. I don't know if we have 5 minutes, 20 more minutes. What how much longer do we have? This conversation is so great that I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
So any I remember, just touching back on your life and telling the story of growing up in a family where, generation after generation, the roles shifted in terms of, it seems like women became stronger and stronger or just different. Talk about that and the role of women in your family and how you are.
I really came to find my purpose at Unilever. And many of you might know we spent much time with our employees, taking them through all-day workshops to think about what's their purpose. And my purpose is around empowering those who have been excluded to help them find their voice. Once you find your voice, never stop using it. And of course, given what I shared earlier about my childhood, that actually makes quite a lot of sense. But the other part of my story is that the proud daughter of Indian immigrant parents. My dad's mother was married when she was 12 years old, and my mother's mother was married when she was 10 years old. They married men in their 20s, they had large families, and they were simply remarkable women. And I share that pretty openly now. I remember being at an event pre-COVID, and I was being honored with an award, and my husband said, "You're not going to share that, are you? Because you'll hear the audience gasp." And that's also about people's reactions to stories that we tell. And, that's not an easy thing to say, but over the years, I've realized I have a responsibility to share, because when you share, others are inspired to share. And everyone has a story. Sometimes you're just not ready to tell it yet, and it might be a story of someone else. And our stories are always being rewritten. But I say to you, Adrian, I am here with you today knowing what gender progress looks like just in less than 3 generations, right? I don't think my grandmothers would ever have imagined I'd be sitting with you here doing a talk for the summit.
And they would be so proud. I am almost positive of that. I know it for sure. Any advice that you have, and I'm pulling back from our questions that we were going to ask back in August. What advice would you give to women, young people, anybody, that you think you could inspire to just be successful in this space? And it could be men, whatever you think would just move us forward in this journey. That can get us, to the next point.
Yeah. I mean, my big piece of advice right now, if I could go back to my younger self, is to say, do it afraid. I spent so much time worried about what other people would think, or I was scared of trying something new. And I think especially as we're in this time, I was speaking to some college students yesterday. It's a scary time there's a scary time for all of us in different ways, but especially if you're in the job market looking. And I think, do it afraid, try new things, let go of that job description, especially if you're in a company where you had signed up for something, budgets are frozen and this keeps happening, reprioritization. Well, this isn't what I signed up for. Think about what you're good at and go after it and show your company how you can be, invaluable to them. And then also when you're thinking about the market and what you wanted to do isn't there anymore, well, what else could you do? And as my dad used to always say, think about your career. It's a stepping stone to something else. It's not that you're going to do this one thing forever. You're going to learn from it, and then you're going to go on to something else.
That was great advice, because I remember, my parents being in the same job for 20 plus years, waiting on that gold watch. So, approaching things, not being afraid, trying something new, all of those are super valuable. Okay, we have another, I know there's always one more question that has popped up. When you feel like you're repeatedly not being heard by your management because you're one of a few, that have the courage, and I think you were talking about that just then, have the courage to be vocal. What suggestions do you have to help communicating among colleagues and management?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say never stop trying. And that's easy to say because I know Black and Brown people today have an enormous burden in organizations, and it's not the job of Black and Brown people to educate. And sometimes we fall into that place, especially if we care. And so take care of yourself because it's emotionally exhausting, but it doesn't mean we stop trying. In my cases, when people in my career haven't been listening to me or won't hear what I have to say, that's when I think advocates are so important, right? So if there are, I'm making this up, 15 people on a leadership team, it's not possible that all 15 are hearing you. It might be, right? But are there one or two other people that you haven't thought about? And that's why it's so important to develop relationships authentically, because then, you know, when you need somebody and you need help, you have a relationship where they're going to likely stand up for you. It doesn't mean they won't if you're just meeting them. But I would, you know, think about, we all have biases too, right? I'm like, well, this person doesn't look like me. They have a completely different background from me. We have nothing in common. Why would they ever stand up for me? Or why would I ever try to go build a relationship with that person? So just really think about, have you gone to all the people that you could go to?
I again love and echo everything you have said. This has been a great talk. I feel like, you know, we've been two girlfriends sitting on a couch talking about inclusion.
With my coffee, we're done? Oh, okay.
Our time is up.
Our time is up. That's okay. It's time for others. But thank you, Adrienne. Thank you. This was wonderful.
Thank you so much. You've actually inspired the conversation that I'm about to have next with the group for 15 minutes. So thank you, and hopefully you'll stay and listen and tell me where I went wrong. Or, you know, we can just...
You'll be amazing.
All right. Thank you so much. And
thank you.
Anybody connect with Nita. She's amazing. You want her on your side.
Okay. Thanks, Adrienne. Thank you, everyone.
Wow, that was a really incredible conversation that I had with Nita. And as you can tell, you know, I'm one of her biggest fans. And so I'm always excited to talk to her and, you know, grateful to be a part of the brand innovations conversation. I was asked to keep going with the conversation and just talking to you more about my thoughts on inclusion and diversity, where we are today, what we're moving, how we're moving forward. You know, so I'll just, you know, start with asking the question of everyone. And you don't, obviously, I can't always see what you're going to post back to me, but just pretend you can. But the last time I did a talk with brand innovators, I asked our panelists the question, you know, how are you doing? Because generally in this COVID process that we've been through, I think Nita mentioned we've been in this like 31 weeks. Maybe I'm making that number up because I cannot count it. But, you know, how are you feeling? So I share the story of, you know, my point of how I knew when I was always answering the question, I'm fine, everything's great, I'm good, excellent. That really may not have been true. My dear friend volunteered David and go to Costco for me, and I specifically asked for stir-fried vegetables, right? But when the meal came back to me, it was mixed vegetables and not stir-fried vegetables. So the issue with that for me is that there are green peas in these mixed vegetables. And if you know anything about me, you do know that I have always hated green peas all of my life. So imagine when I saw the green peas in this mixed vegetable package after I specifically asked for stir-fry, I had one of those mommy dearest moments when she saw wire hangers in Christina's closet. And I literally went, no green peas ever. So obviously you can tell I was not really doing okay. That was my trigger moment. That was the moment when I realized that I had to dig deeper, kind of think about the think into the recesses of my heart and mind about how was I really doing. So that trigger moment would not manifest itself in that way again. So when I pose the question now about how are you doing or how are we doing in this industry as it relates to inclusion and diversity, I mean, we've done a lot of things. You know, when COVID hit, IND literally and figuratively was almost taken out, like taken out of the game because all of the money was taken away. There were threats of layoffs in various industries. And we understand typically when a crisis hits, learning and development and inclusion and diversity programs are typically the first things to go. The budgets just disappear and you know the drill, right? But then, of course, and we've talked about this before, George Floyd hits, the money miraculously appears. We get these symbolic gestures that are being made. Organizations are hiring more I&D leaders. And, Mita did a great job of saying, why, and posing all of those questions. And then everyone has been having all of these brave and courageous conversations and having safe rooms and bringing everyone together and asking questions. We have the data sets there that are being collected. We have benchmarks that are being established, things that we can look at and point to. And, we have all of this, and then we still have to ask the question, now what? So what are we going to do next? One of my boss, Judy Jackson, we were having a conversation, and she said, while we're asking this question and we're looking at the situation, she said, don't get what I call admiring the burning house syndrome. And I took that as like a moment, because there are some of us, and I'm talking about folks like me who've been like advocates and activists and career-long I&D practitioners that have been in the game for years, and we're seeing that all of this work had been done decades before. We've seen the numbers, and you can really look at the results and the data and say, what has really happened? We did it. They were like, decade cycles focused on inclusion, diversity, equity, and now I think we've moved to a different place of accountability. But then what really happens? And so I think what we have to do is really focus in with the lens of accountability, focus on folks who are willing to support, right? What we talked about earlier of creating this coalition of willing, folks who need help, folks who can provide help in providing non-traditional ways to make some systemic change, right? So I think our mandate now should really be about focusing on impact versus intent, right? So let's say it again, maybe you can really hear it and feel it when I say we have to focus on the impact versus the intent. And if you were to do like a quick pulse survey, I guess, of anybody in your organization, you could see what that means. I mean, most of the people in your organization, I truly believe in the intent that you're making, but they don't believe that the impact of your actions will mean anything. And that's a tough pill to swallow, because you're doing all of this work, but they don't believe you're going to do anything after this work, after the data set has been done, after you've hired all these inclusion people. Now what is the question? They don't want to see you talk about it. This is my favorite line. They don't want to see you talk about it. They want you to be about it. They want you to do the work. They actually want to see, that the attrition rate of the middle becomes stable, so no one is leaving. People are being promoted. People are getting the raises. People are able to grow within their organization, and the organizations become strong, and there's not this revolving door in that middle. I mean, if you think about that, people in this belief, and you don't trust me, do a survey and you'll see at least over 50%, and that's my educated guess, of folks will say they don't believe the action, they don't believe the work that's being talked about and preached about is actually going to happen. I mean, and we have to be very conscious of that, or cognizant of this, because any of these random things could happen for what's coming down. Something simple as I don't know, executive order on combating race and sex stereotyping could pop up. Who would have ever thought that our industry or any industry would be facing an executive order that threatened the hard work that all of us as inclusion and diversity leaders have done? If you look at the executive order, which was done, I think September 22nd was the date that it came out. It's very vague in nature, but it definitely, if this election goes in the direction of where the incumbent stays, then it has long-term ramifications for our learning and development and inclusion and diversity groups and all of the work that we've been done. Everything for me seems like it becomes jeopardized. I mean, there's really nothing wrong with the work that we've been doing, but just because someone in my mind in an inclusion and diversity or anti-racism training took the front to feeling like they were being pointed to, like maybe they were being called a racist or a sexist, they had the power at that moment to approach the leader of the US and say, this is a problem. When in actuality, we're just teaching people how to be better humans, how to make our organizations stronger and safer places for all of us to work. And what does that mean in the long term? Will that be language change? Will we use, racial tolerance versus anti-racism? Or, would we say just aggressions instead of microaggressions? What do we use? They don't want us to use the divisive language that they view as divisive, whether it's white privilege or something else. But, we have to be very cognizant that if indeed this executive order, that of course will be fought in courts if it ever gets to that point, has legs, because we have to think about what I consider to be the employee fallout. I mean, ideally, we look at this affecting our government contracts, which means a lot to many organizations. But if someone in any of our other brands feel like this could be a problem, then of course it will fall out into other sectors of our business. So I think, we have to be very conscious and very intentional about the work that we're doing and the impact that we're actually having, and focus on a couple of pillars that I say are important. And I think, even Mita put on it, and anybody else who is creating these plans of success for their organizations when they're building inclusion and diversity programs, we have to focus on a few areas. One, I'd like to say it's hiring. We definitely have to make sure that we have great hiring managers that are in place who know how to connect with the right people, look at people with transferable skills, focus on the capabilities. And sometimes, it's difficult to push back on the urgent need then, but make sure that you are getting the right people, because long-term it's better. We talked about, again, that middle that's disappearing. If we get people in and we're not serving them properly, then they're going to be gone. And that follows right into how we develop the talent. Are we training our managers? Are we making sure that our people feel like they're in a safe environment? Are they being cherished? Are they being rewarded for the great work that they're doing? Are we making sure the people that we promote to be managers are actually good managers and know how to take care of people in the organization? The other piece I would like to say is, we talk about accountability and the rewards that are attached to it. Make sure that the people in place, if we don't have the diverse teams that we have been preaching and fighting and doing all this great work for, someone has to be accountable for that. Link it to bonuses. And I'm sure everyone is doing this. Link it to, pay raises, link it to promotions. Make sure that there's some type of accountability from the top all the way down into the system. And then, develop my coalition of willing. Make sure that you have councils, you've got ERGs in your organization that are doing great work and that are able to promote and support the work that we need done in this group, in all of our groups, in all of our organizations. We are in a very powerful position, as marketers, as advertisers. We control the messaging that people hear. We control how people think and how people view images. So we are in powerful positions, and we can think in place to help sure that we're making sustainable change. In my final note, I say, what we want to be able to do is create that escape velocity. And escape velocity is this place in the scientific term of when an object leaves the Earth's atmosphere, never to fall back in to be destroyed. So in this inclusion and diversity work, let us do and have that escape velocity mentality so that the work that we're doing now, the very impact that we're having, gets us to the escape velocity point within the advertising industry. So we're not repeating the same work that's been done year after year after year. I see Dina.
Hi, Adrienne.
I finished just on time.
Yes, thank you so much. That was interesting. It was just so impactful. I think you covered so many things that we're thinking of just every day, and it's just so. I appreciate that you've shared that your story and your presentation with us today. Thank you.
Great. So thank you guys. I look forward to coming back and doing more.
Now we have just one session left for the day. We're excited to have Yasmin Grant, the Director of Multicultural Marketing at PepsiCo, with us to close out the day. Yasmin has been with PepsiCo for 7.5 years and has had roles in food service, consumer marketing, and innovation, and AMP Energy. Most recently, Yasmin served as a team leader for the emerging restaurant customer marketing team, leading a $120 million portfolio that includes Jersey Mike's, Firehouse Subs, Panera, and Which, among others. This session will be moderated by Jeff Imberman, the head of sales and brand partnerships at Tastemade. Welcome to the stage, Yasmin and Jeff.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Jeff. Hello. Hi, Yasmin.
How are you guys? Hey, big shout out. What an amazing day today. It's first of all, for me personally, it's so gratifying to be a part of what is an amazing panel of people, professionals, companies. It's really thrilling to be a part of this. And I couldn't be happier to be here with someone who is a dynamic professional in Yasmin Grant, and doing amazing work, both in her community and at PepsiCo. So thank you for hosting us today. Today I'm hoping that through this conversation, this kind of virtual fireside chat, we can accomplish a couple of things. I'm hopeful that we can, first and foremost, get to know Yasmin, the person. I'm a big believer that personal journeys inform the professional, and you can't separate the two. And in the world we're living in today, where diversity and inclusion are more important, if anything, the most paramount things happening in our lives, it's important for us to know people personally, and how that experience and that life journey is impacting how they act professionally, what they bring to the table every day as a human being. And we've got a phenomenal person in Yasmin to talk about her story, and give us the opportunity to kind of leap off into kind of really interesting territory here related to the work that she's doing. Also, I'd love to point out the fact that, what makes it really exciting for me is, I've spent my whole career, as you heard in the intro, working at some really great companies. Our friends at CBS, Viacom, know many of them, have worked there, big kind of legacy media companies. And in the past few years, I've been running sales and brand partnerships at Tastemade, who's a global media company, kind of a company of the whole world. Producing content in 7 languages with studios around the world. And just last week, we launched our Tastemade en Espanol streaming network. And the reason I pointed it out is because it was time to, a National Hispanic Heritage Month. And that's why I was so excited to speak to Yasmin today, because, we as a company are really vested in global conversations, in diverse communities, and to have somebody on the panel today like Yasmin is super exciting. So let's get started. Hi, Yasmin.
Hi, Jeff. Good to see you again.
Oh, it's so great to see you. So let's get started with, let's talk about PepsiCo, but more importantly, right now, let's talk about you. We know that Pepsi is one of the largest food, snack, and beverage companies around the world, made up of phenomenal brands, right? That we've all kind of grew up with or have experienced in various stages of our lives. But I think sometimes we lose sight of the amazing people that power the organizations that feed us every day, right? So let's talk about how your personal journey has fueled that professional journey for you. Start where you want to. I know your CV, I know what you've done. Let's tell everybody in the community, how it started for you.
Absolutely. And first, Jeff, let me say I appreciate that lovely intro that you gave me. And I completely agree with you, right? So much of my personal story and my background has shaped my career and made me the person that I am. So I'm originally from Baltimore, Maryland. I grew up in a single parent household. For undergrad, I went to Hampton University, which is a historically Black college and university. And then, I embarked on my career in healthcare. So I worked for Eli Lilly and Company, which is a huge pharmaceutical company that, makes a variety of drugs in different therapeutic areas. And, I started off in finance, and in finance, I supported R&D, and I, had access to a lot of the drugs that were in the development pipeline. And candidly, that really piqued my interest. I just, became really, really curious about what we were going to do with those drugs when it was time to, bring them to market. And, also too, at the same time, I just wanted to get closer to something that was more tangible. And so that led me to join the sales force with Lilly. And, I focused on diabetes sales, and I transitioned to that role in DC. And I had Northeast, Southeast DC, and I had parts of Prince George's County, Maryland. And so for people not familiar with DC, those are very high African-American, high Hispanic communities. And I think in that role, what I really got a lot of exposure to is the health challenges that our underrepresented communities face, challenges with access and healthcare coverage, language barriers, right? Obviously, for the Hispanic population, there are a lot of folks that, need materials in language other than, English. And I just always found myself working to tailor the resources, calling up the marketing department and saying, hey, how can we customize some of these solutions to better meet the needs? And, for me, that really fostered a sense of wanting to have more strategic input in things. I had, a strong desire to want to shape things, not just execute things. And I felt like transitioning to marketing and going to business school is the best way to do that. So I found out about MLT, or Management Leadership for Tomorrow, which is an organization that helps underrepresented minorities get into business school. And with their support, I ended up going to Kellogg and, just learning so much, about the fundamentals of marketing. So then fast forward, and after business school, I came out at a time when the economy was, kind of precarious, I guess not unlike what it is right now, but for different reasons. And, that led me to a startup. And, the startup, you wear a lot of hats. You learn so much in such a short time frame. But, the startup was in the the household care space. And I just wasn't passionate about household care. I wasn't passionate about laundry in particular. And so, I always wanted to do marketing in a category where consumers had more of an emotional connection to the brands, right? Where it's connected to those moments that matter. And that led me to PepsiCo. And I've had a variety of different roles at PepsiCo. And for the past year, I've been director of marketing for the Hispanic business unit, which is a team that was formed solely to aggressively go after the Hispanic opportunity in the marketing space. And, I head up the flavors business there. And then I'm also involved in, a lot of things outside of my day job. So I'm co-chair of Mosaic, which is our Black employee resource group. I'm also on the advisory board for the League, which is an initiative that was started in marketing to uplift female marketers. And then obviously with the racial climate being what it is, we have formed a task force to really identify the right equality actions to undertake on behalf of the Black community. And I'm a part of that. So I think, I've been with PepsiCo for 7 years. What has kept me here is the fact that, I can do meaningful work, right? I feel like I'm doing work that makes a difference. And PepsiCo gives me a platform for my activism, right? So it kept me here, and that's a bit of my journey.
Yeah, that's so great to hear. and an impressive journey. And it's so interesting. You know, I've been on the sales side my whole career. So I've never ventured into the agency world or the client world. So I'm always fascinated with people who've kind of had diverse experiences, you know, whether it be marketing or field sales like you did at Lilly, startups versus big kind of multinational corps like a PepsiCo. But I'm curious, getting back to your Lilly experience, being in field sales in particular, and seeing the impact, as you had mentioned, on even the things that, even though you were selling, I'm assuming, to the doctors and the medical kind of field at large, seeing that breakdown in marketing communications, right, as it relates to diverse communities, and especially with the diabetes drug, which disproportionately impacts those communities. I'm curious if that stuck with you through all of these years of, like, I really need to think about, and we're going to get into this in a second, because I want to spend some time on authenticity, but I'm curious, even at that early stage, if that kind of, that experience of like, my gosh, there are a lot of people who need these drugs who maybe aren't even aware of them or aren't being communicated to properly as it relates to the messaging. You know, it doesn't speak to them. It's too pharma driven. It's too clinical. It's not human enough. Like, has that stuck with you through the years?
Yeah, and I think you're spot on in that observation, right? A lot of times what would led me to feel like the resources that I had as is were inadequate is that I didn't feel like it really spoke to these communities, right? It didn't really speak to their situation and to their unique needs, right? And so I think when I was a rep, for me, I mean, obviously, I am an underrepresented minority, and part of my own personal experience shapes my thinking about underrepresented communities. But when I was a rep, it deepened even more my empathy and my understanding for communities of color, right, and the challenges that they face. And on top of that, I think what I really saw and what really kind of connects to marketing and what I do now, I just felt like the resources often, like, it talked at communities of color, right? It was like, oh, okay, we could just translate this to Spanish and that's enough. And it's so much more than that. Like, the materials have to be resonant, right? We really have to understand what the challenges are. What are the problems that we're trying to solve? And, I think there, are some people that are really passionate about that unlock and who really get the nuances that are so essential to, making sure that you can land the message the right way with communities of color.
Yeah, it's a great point, landing the message. And I think that's a great transition. One of the more interesting byproducts, and I say interesting in quotations because it's not even the most appropriate way to describe it, but one of the more interesting byproducts of the kind of social movements we're living through in Black Lives Matter is the reimagining of authenticity in messaging. Right? Owning the message, being authentic, being purpose-driven, all of those things are important. Resonance, another kind of important kind of adjective to use. How do you resonate with the consumer in meaningful, real ways? I'm curious how you speak to authenticity every day at PepsiCo in your mindset and in practice. What are you employing every day? Like, is there a filter that you use as a professional to say, boy, that doesn't feel authentic, or that's not going to resonate in the right way? Let's talk about that for a second.
Let's talk about it. And I'll try hard not to go on and on and on, because I really could when it comes to authenticity. I think it's so important, right? It's so important because of today's environment, right? And all the things that are swirling in the external climate. But it's even that much more important when you're talking about communities of color, right? And I think it starts first with really unpacking, what does authenticity mean? Like, at the root of the word, what are we talking about? And I think authenticity is really rooted in genuineness, And it's also really rooted in realness, right? And kind of as I mentioned before, it's speaking to people, not talking at them. And I think, it really starts with having the right insights and the right strategy. And one of the things that we are, like relentless about diving into as a Hispanic business unit team is the insights, right? So, first thing is let's talk about the Hispanic community in particular, right? No community is a monolith, but I think that, is really, really prevalent when you talk about Hispanics, right? So it's like, do you understand where it comes together? Do you understand where it breaks apart? Right? For the Hispanic community, country of origin is a differentiator. So you look at the West and Central, so states like California and Texas, right, where it's about 80% Mexican American. When you start to talk about the Northeast, New York, or the Southeast, Florida, you do have some Mexican Americans, but you've got other types of Hispanic cohorts that are more dominant, right? Maybe Puerto Ricans or Dominicans here in New York, right? And so, while there are common themes that run across the Hispanic community, like family and tradition and culture, things may break apart when you start to talk about passion points, when you talk about sports. And it's funny, we were actually having this conversation this morning, right? Boxing, is that something that resonates with Puerto Ricans as easily as Mexican Americans? Maybe, maybe not, right? Or even when you think about holidays. So I've got one program in market with my brand, Manzanita Soul, which is an apple soda. We're talking about expanding the brand to other markets like New York and Florida. We've got a Dia de los Muertos program in market in California and Texas. Dia de los Muertos is a very resonant holiday for Mexican Americans. It's a joyous celebration of loved ones that have moved on. When you talk about other Hispanic cohorts, like, does it translate the same way? Do they feel the same way about that holiday? Even though it's gaining popularity, right? And you're seeing it more in mainstream, how do they feel about that? Does that really speak to them? And I think those are the types of questions that you have to ask and ultimately get the answers to. Now, let's talk about the Black community, right? And Black Lives Matter. So, the same principles apply here. The Black community is not a monolith either, right? And, you have to understand what those nuances are and where things also sort of break apart. Of course, there are themes here that also run across the community. I think for Black consumers, it's about humanity. It's about Black excellence, right? Because largely those are the two things that they felt or they feel that, they've been denied, by society. And then you think about the climate and then like how much more those themes are amplified in times like this. So I mentioned earlier that I'm part of the Equality Task Force. And in June, PepsiCo actually announced $430 million in support against the Black equality agenda. And so that means, we've got commitments across three planks: people, business, and community. So on the people front, it's things like representation. It's things like recruiting at HBCUs. When you talk about business, it's, supporting Black-owned businesses. It's amplifying Black voices in marketing. And then from a community standpoint, things like funding for social justice organizations, standing up Black restaurants. We've got a very big food service business. And so while I think that, we've always, as PepsiCo, leaned into Black talent, had programs that were pointed at Black consumers, what this moment has done, right, is frankly given us more of an impetus to create more resonant and authentic work that speaks to where the community is at this moment. And two examples of that, last month, we actually announced that we are the inaugural partner of the Black Effect Podcast Network, which is a partnership between Charlemagne the God and iHeart. But basically what it means is that there are now 18 podcasts solely focused on Black issues, Black talent that are now going to live under this network. So with this deal, iHeart and the Black Effect Network are now going to be the largest publisher of Black podcast talent. So you think about, again, to this point about communities not being a monolith, this is a great platform to, really share a variety of different Black voices. So that's one thing. And then the last thing, and, I promise I won't go on, but I told you I could go on and on about authenticity. Even though I didn't touch this work, right? This was great work done by some of our other marketers, but just this week, Life Water, which is, one of our lifestyle water brands, we announced our Black Art Rising campaign, right? And really what the goal of this campaign is to elevate the voices of Black artists that push for change, right? So this is protest art. We have a digital art gallery that's going to display all of their art. We're going to provide funding, and then there'll be more things down the road. But it's work like this that I think speaks to authenticity. And I'll close on this part by saying this, and this may seem random, but you'll see kind of where I'm going with this. So I was looking at Twitter this morning, and there's a movie coming out on HBO Max called Charm City Kings, right? And it's about, Black dirt bike culture in Baltimore. And they had different critics weighing in, right? It's unapologetic, it's raw. And then there was this one critic that said, it's unabashedly Black. And I thought about that. And I thought about, some of the recent work that has come out of these equality commitments. And I said, man, that really, I think, describes the sentiment of Black consumers right now, right? And this whole conversation around authenticity, they want brands to embrace them being unabashedly Black. And I think when brands do things like that, that's when you see truly authentic work.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's not even something for me to agree on. I think it's everyone agrees on all of those points. One thing I want to bring up that we didn't use, one of the adjectives we didn't use is the word commitment, right? Or the verb, commitment is so important. And the commitment part to me speaks to resonance, right? You can't be real unless you're putting your mind and your money where it matters. There are a lot of people out there who want to appear to be players and committed, but aren't taking the action necessary. And I think it's impressive the work that PepsiCo is doing. I think personally, the Black Art Rising, and you and I've spoken about this, the Black Art Rising installation, as I would call it, although it's virtual, is beyond impressive and beautiful. And I encourage everybody who's on this kind of virtual chat to go check it out. Yasmin's got it posted. I'll post it on my LinkedIn. It's phenomenal. The artists are incredible. The work they do is incredible. The design could be the best web design I've seen in a long time. It's great to see the promotion of this disparate group of artists doing really amazing work in their community. So kudos to you guys. Let's shift gears. Let's go to the crowd. We've got a few minutes left. There are many questions flowing in, but I want to give you an opportunity to kind of speak to some of these questions. So a couple of them are really interesting. Here's one from the crowd. When you feel like you're repeatedly not being heard by your management because you're one of the few that have the courage to be vocal, what suggestions do you have to help communication among colleagues and management? I love that question. That's a tough one. I'm sorry, I started you off with a tough one.
That is a tough one. I think first, it sort of starts with the insights, right? And the insights can be in, a more traditional sense, right? Like through, some of our vendors or partners, or it can be the pulse of the people, right? And, that's something that we've definitely been very actively engaged in with all of the racial unrest, like checking in with our folks just to see how they're feeling. but then bundling that information and then taking it to our senior leaders and making it real. This is how people are feeling. This is what people want to see in this moment, right? And this is the timeline, frankly, that they have the appetite for change for, right? So I think whenever you can shift the conversation from being more of an I and being more rooted in the insights and speaking to the group at large. And then frankly, also, I'll tell you, one of the things that we did on the Equality Task Force when we were trying to socialize some of the actions we wanted leadership to take, we included quotes from different Black employees about how they were feeling, like how, in some pockets, they felt like there was a lack of opportunity, but that made it real for them. These are real employees. These are real quotes, real statements coming from them. So I think if you can do those things and then also couple it with what's happening externally, right? How other companies are stepping up in this particular moment, or how other companies are being more progressive in that agenda, then you arm leadership with the data points, right, that are harder to refute, so that they feel more compelled to take action.
So yeah, that's I think that your participation in the PBNA Equality Task Force, Mosaic, I think that, a lot of companies aren't built that way yet necessarily, or aren't that progressive necessarily. If your company's not progressive, force them to be more progressive. Start, employee groups, form, I hate to say unionize, it's the wrong way to describe it, but there is power in numbers as it relates to having a voice. And I think that's what gets management's attention all the time. When a diverse group of employees who are incredible professionals get together on a common theme, your voice tends to be elevated in an organization. Sometimes that's what it takes. Let's move on to another question. I think this is for both of us, actually. It was directed towards me, but I think you would have a great answer here. How should older brands gracefully enter newer technology spaces? For example, TikTok, esports. So you've worked on a lot of great brands at PepsiCo, including the ones you're currently working on. How do you think about the newer platforms as it relates to some of those legacy brands that you might be working on?
And so I'll start, and then again, you probably have some great thoughts on this front as well. I think as a marketer, you always have to have a pulse on everything. And that includes new technology, like, TikTok and, other social platforms that are popping up. And so we are always keeping a pulse of that. I think, one, anecdotally, what are people doing on Twitter and social media? Two, through our agency partners, a lot of times they bring ideas to us. But then I think that's where you have to evaluate it and say, okay, for my brand and for our consumer target, what makes the most sense? Right? Because not every platform and every strategy makes sense. The community may not be there, and I'll give you an example. So, within the Hispanic landscape, we have, very detailed segmentation, right? That ranges from consumers that are more traditional. They rely more on close connections to culture from home. And then we've got folks that are, a bit more dialed into American culture. And then we've got a segment that's somewhere in the middle, right? So for our folks that are, we call them preservers, right? That are more dialed into traditions from home, et cetera. Like for them, TikTok may not be the right platform. That may not be the best way to reach them. It's more radio, more out of home, more traditional media. But for some of our more American embracing progressive consumers, right, that are younger, et cetera, something like TikTok, right? If we want to reach the younger multiculturals, that totally makes sense, right? Because that's what everybody is talking about. So, in short, I would say, I think it's definitely knowing what's bubbling, what's surfacing, but it's a bit like innovation, right? Like there are early adopters, there are later adopters. You've got to figure out where your brand and where your consumer target is on that curve, and that will dictate whether or not you should lean in at that moment or another moment.
Yeah, agreed. What I would add, and not to be snarky, is, the answer is you have to be really deliberate. You can't go in just hoping to throw things against the wall and hoping it sticks. It gets back to the other topics we talked about, being authentic, right? You can't be somebody you're not. You need to find a way to reposition your brand, all the while holding on to the authenticity of your brand, and as importantly, being authentic to the audience on that platform. Every platform has a different value proposition to that consumer. They're on TikTok for a reason versus Facebook or Instagram or Pinterest. And the value prop to that consumer is very different. And their expectations of you as a brand or a programmer like us is very different. The other thing I would say is, and it's something you mentioned earlier that's so important to all of us, insights. Don't jump onto a platform with any brand until you spend a considerable amount of time digging into the platform-led insights, because a good platform will help lead the way for you. They'll uncover those opportunities of connection for you on the platform. You can't think that you can do it alone. Nobody can do it alone. We can't do it alone as a programmer, and our brand partners can't do it alone either. The platforms have an incredible amount of insight into the consumer behavior, and if they're good, they will lead you down the right path of success. That's all I have to say about that. I think we're wrapping up shortly. I could be wrong. We have time for another question here. Sure. Let's see. So here's another one. What trends in consumer behavior are of particular importance to you and marketers at PepsiCo now? And how is that impacted by consumer, media consumption, and those shifts that we all feel are happening in real time in every moment of the day?
That's a good one. So I'll say, I hate to refer to this as a trend, but it's definitely something that is impacting consumers, and that's COVID, right? So obviously COVID has completely reshaped the world as we know it. It's changed, how we engage a bit with brands, how we procure certain products. And when you think about COVID, right, it's had a disproportionate impact on minorities, right? And so if you look at Hispanics, right, it necessitates first understanding how in this moment it is impacting them. How are they feeling, right? And with Hispanics, it's anxiousness, it's a feeling of being overwhelmed, it's a feeling of being confused, but at the same time, right, there's a bit of optimism that's coming through there. And then you look at, the impact on the Hispanic community with job losses, right? And so at one point for Hispanics, it peaked at about 19%, whereas it was around 14% for whites. And so then you have to kind of process those things and then say, okay, so what is that necessitating in terms of changes in consumer behavior? And what we've seen is, one, it means they're spending a lot more time at home, more time in that multi-generational household, which is a hallmark of, Hispanic households. On top of that, they're taking up more home projects. We've also seen that they're actually leaning in online, right? And so they're buying more products online since the pandemic has started versus before. And so then as a marketer, you're saying, okay, so what does that mean that I need to do different, right? And I think the do different is, one, okay, well, if they're leaning in online, we need to be more present online. We need to make sure we have the right assortment online. We need to make sure we're showing up for them in a way that is culturally resonant online. And when it comes to the marketing programs, right? So all of the programs that my team is running next year and, that our Pepsi arm is running next year, we've dialed up the focus on value, right? Because this community has been deeply impacted by COVID, right? So I think again, I hate to call COVID a trend, but if you look at, phenomenons or things that are impacting consumers, it's looking at it from all of those different aspects in terms of, how is it making them feel? How is that changing their behavior? And then as brands and as marketers, like, what do we need to do different?
Great. Thank you for that.
Well, huge thank you to Yasmin and Jeff. Thank you for closing out our State of the Industry Week with a day on diversity, inclusion, and multicultural marketing. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, everyone.
A special thank you to all of our speakers and moderators for such engaging and insightful conversations today. I personally took so much from each of these sessions. We hope you will all join Brand Innovators next week, Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern, for a packed day on C-suite and marketing leadership. Tuesday actually marks Brand Innovators' 100th virtual live cast, so especially excited for next week. We'll be joined by C-suite marketing executives from PepsiCo, Kimberly-Clark, Popeyes, Fiverr, and more. Thank you so much for joining, everyone, and we hope to see you again.